Are you good back there?
He's here.
Perfect. All right, I will now call to order the Monday, November 3rd, 2025 Town Council meeting. If you would please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. I guess before we go to the next item on the agenda, I would like to tell my kids at home hello and now go to sleep. Okay, you can now go to sleep. First on the agenda is the swearing in of Zionsville Fire Department merit personnel. We have Chief Van Gorder and Mayor Steer here this evening.
Thank you, Mr. President, and fellow councilors for your support and encouragement for this very important event to occur at your council meetings. I'd also like to thank Council and Mayor Stair for the reestablishment of our safety board and working with the fire department to establish the fire department merit board earlier this year. Both have been actively working and serving our community. The positions that these firefighters are being promoted to fill are not new. They are vacancies within the department that have been there since 2004. I'd like to thank the safety board members, our president, Sarah Sampson, Vice President Evan Norris, Councilor Joe Stein, resident Dr. Jeff Papa, and resident Dr. Emily Fitz for serving on the safety board and meeting monthly to help address the department's safety needs. I'd like to thank the Merit Commission members who were appointed by the mayor, the council, and our firefighters. They're consisting of our president, Jeff Wallinius, Vice President Erica Sturwalt, Secretary Ian Sturwalt, Ian Stewart, Aaron Haskell, and Brandon Moriaden, who in addition to approving these promotions have also been busy recently approving their most recent fire department hiring process. At this time, we'd like to start with the merit promotions for those receiving the rank of captain. So coming forward, if Lieutenant Ben Box would please come forward. He will also have with him his girlfriend, Lydia Speller, who will be pinning him. Also, Lieutenant Mitch Young will be pinned by his wife, Sam, and his kids, Julia, Dawson, and Huxley. Mr. Mayor.
It's good to see so many people out here to support our firefighters tonight. That's why we're here. Usually we get a lot of family members and we have them spilling out into the hallway and other firefighters. This is one of the best things that we do here in Zionsville. And it's a great way to support our public safety. So with that, we're going to start with Captain Box here. Benjamin, can you please raise your right hand? I, Benjamin Box. I, Benjamin Box. Do solemnly swear. Do solemnly swear. That I will support the Constitution of the United States of America. That I will support the Constitution of the United States of America. The Constitution of the State of Indiana. The Constitution of the State of Indiana. And the ordinances of the town of Zionsville, Indiana. And the ordinance of the town of Zionsville, Indiana. That I will faithfully. That I will faithfully. Honestly. Honestly. And impartially. And impartially. Discharge all my official duties. Discharge all my official duties. In the position of captain for the town of Zionsville. In the position of captain for the town of Zionsville. Regardless of the race. Regardless of the race. Creed. Creed. Color. Color. Religion. Religion. Sex. Sex. Or national origin. Or national origin. Of the persons I serve. Of the persons I serve. So help me God. So help me God. Congratulations. And I know this about Mitch. Mitch was out of the country this morning. He got in his car at 1 a.m. to drive here so he could be a part of this tonight and be here with his brothers and sisters in the fire department to take this up. So I'm really happy to be able to administer this. And with that, I ask you to raise your right hand, please. I, Mitch Young.
I, Mitch Young.
Do solemnly swear. That I will support the Constitution of the United States of America. The Constitution of the State of Indiana. And the ordinances of the town of Zionsville, Indiana. I will faithfully, honestly, and impartially discharge all my official duties
discharge all my official duties
in the position of captain for the town of Zionsville,
in the position of captain of the town of Zionsville,
regardless of the race,
regardless of the race,
creed,
creed,
color,
color,
religion,
religion,
sex,
sex,
or national origin
or national origin
of the persons I serve.
of persons I serve.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Next, and we'll do these individually. Those being sworn in as a lieutenant would please come forward. We'll start with Tad Henderson and his family being pinned by wife Hannah Henderson.
All right, so everybody ready to go? Step up here, Tad. And raise your right hand, please, and repeat after me. I, Tad Henderson,
I, Ted Henderson,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America,
the Constitution of the State of Indiana,
the Constitution of the State of Indiana,
and the ordinances of the town of Zionsville, Indiana,
and the ordinances of the town of Zionsville, Indiana,
that I will faithfully,
that I will faithfully,
honestly,
honestly,
and impartially
and impartially
discharge all of my official duties
discharge all of my official duties
in the position of lieutenant for the town of Zionsville,
in the position of lieutenant for the town of Zionsville,
regardless of the race,
regardless of the race,
creed,
creed,
color,
color,
religion,
religion,
sex,
sex,
or national origin
or national origin
of the persons I serve.
of the persons I serve.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
If Rob Coonfield could please come forward with his wife Amy and children Addie and Caden.
Thanks, Chief. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate you guys.
All right. Lieutenant, please raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I, Rob Coonfield, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America, the Constitution of the State of Indiana, and the ordinances of the town of Zionsville, Indiana. I will faithfully, honestly, and impartially discharge all my official duties in the position of lieutenant for the town of Zionsville, regardless of the race, creed, color, religion, sex, or national origin of the persons I serve. So help me God. Congratulations.
If Dustin Campins could please come forward with his son Maddox.
Good to see the mustache make a comeback here. I noticed Lieutenant Henderson's doing the same. Always good to see that. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Dustin Campins,
I, Dustin Campins,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America, the Constitution of the State of Indiana, and the ordinances of the town of Zionsville, Indiana, that I will faithfully, honestly, and impartially discharge all my official duties the position of lieutenant for the town of Zionsville, regardless of the race, creed, color, religion, sex, or national origin of the persons I serve. So help me God. Congratulations.
If Kellen Holt would please come forward, and he'll be pinned by a friend and previous Zionsville Fire Department employee, Matt Mellencamp.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Kellen Holt, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America, the Constitution of the State of Indiana, and the ordinances of the town of Zionsville, Indiana. I will faithfully, honestly, and impartially discharge all my official duties in the position of lieutenant for the town of Zionsville, regardless of the race, creed, color, religion, sex, or national origin of the persons I serve. So help me God. Congratulations.
And last, we have firefighter Dan McRoberts, who will be pinned by his wife Stephanie McRoberts for his merit rank of engineer.
Last but not least, this is the best part of the night to be able to do this. Congratulations. Would you please raise your right hand and repeat after me? I, Daniel McRoberts, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America, the Constitution of the State of Indiana, and the ordinances of the town of Zionsville, Indiana. I will faithfully, honestly, and impartially discharge all my official duties in the position of engineer for the town of Zionsville, regardless of the race, creed, color, religion, sex, or national origin of the persons I serve. So help me God. Congratulations.
All right, always appreciate the opportunity to celebrate those types of things, so appreciate Chief Van Gorder and all the men and women in the fire department and their families showing up, and congratulations to all of you. I'll pause the meeting here because I'm assuming you don't want to listen to the rest of it. So we'll kind of take a break here and give you guys a few minutes to file out, and you can take pictures and everything out in the hallway. So thanks for coming. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Next day.
Thank you for that. All right. Up next on the agenda, are there any questions from counselors? Otherwise, I would make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second from Counselor Norris. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7 in favor, 0 opposed. Up next on the agenda is a request to speak on agenda items. We do have 18 different requests on varying parts of the agenda. While our rules and procedures read that we would give 15 minutes for public speaking, as we've talked about in the past, it's done in comment to suspend the rules and allow everyone the opportunity to speak. So if there's an appetite for the members of the council, I would entertain a motion.
I'd move to suspend the rules.
Second. First from Councilor, or from Vice President Burke. Was that a second from Councilor Norris, or was?
It was.
From Councilor Norris. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7 in favor, 0 opposed. Our request to speak process, each one of you folks will have 3 minutes. I will apologize in advance if I mispronounce your name, but you'll each have 3 minutes to speak. I'll kind of give you 1 minute left at the 2-minute warning, and or 1 minute warning, I should say, and then after we're done at 3 minutes, the alarm will go off here, and we'll move on to the next person. So you can't give anyone else your time. You get 3 minutes, whether you use 3 minutes or whether you use 10 seconds, but, and we'll just go in order in which I received them. First request to speak card is Shannon Kruger. I'm assuming this is on behalf of the Kane Family Trust or with the Kane Family Trust. Shannon, are you still in here? I'll go a lot faster. If she does show up, if anybody knows who she is, if you would just have her shout when she gets in here. Up next is Mervyn Cohen. And if you would, just state your name and address for the record when you get up here, and I'll start the clock after you speak, after you do that.
Thank you. Mervyn Cohen, 520 West Cedar Street in the Village. I'd like to speak about agenda item 6E, the South Village Gateway. I'm very pleased to see the proposed new double roundabout and the removal of the traffic light at the corner of Sycamore Street and Zionsville Road. My concern is the proposal to have a new traffic light at the corner of First Street and Oak Street. To me, it seems as we will be replacing the problems of the existing traffic light with the same problems with a new traffic light. So I have two suggestions that I'd respectfully ask the council to consider. The first is to close the segment of Oak Street between First Street and Main Street. This is the short one-way segment. It's little used, and if we closed it, it would reduce the number of roads coming into the intersection from 4 to 3. My second suggestion is to create a free flow of traffic such that traffic coming north on First Street would be able to turn into Oak Street with no obstruction, and traffic going east on First Street would be able to turn, on Oak Street, would be able to turn right and go south on First Street. The only problem would be traffic coming from the north going south on First Street when it reached the intersection. This proposal is easily achieved by removing 2 of the 3 stop signs that exist. These are the one that you encounter going north on First Street, going east on Oak Street. We would leave the sign that is on First Street. Some may say that this would make it difficult for people on First Street to cross the intersection, but it's no more difficult than people going on 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, or 6th Streets wanting to cross into Oak Street. Thank you for the consideration.
Thank you. Up next is Sally Zalonis.
Two copies of this now. We already have it out.
My name is Sally Zalonis, and I live at 40 South 3rd Street in the Village. Many residents and merchants are only now becoming aware of the proposed street alignment project under ordinances 2025-15 and 2025-16. While there may be genuine benefits to improving the Sycamore Main corridor, the community requires sufficient time to review the data design alternatives and potential short and long-term impacts on downtown businesses, parking, and traffic circulation. This statement is not one of opposition to infrastructure improvement. Rather, it's a request for transparency, public engagement, and due process. Allowing additional time for public outreach and open informational forum or a comprehensive presentation of the A&F engineering analysis that would enhance public trust and increase the likelihood of long-term success. The proposed changes represent a significant transformation of Zionsville's core, arguably among the most consequential in the town's history. As such, decisions of this magnitude should be made only after thorough public understanding and participation. On November 25th, 2024, the town publicly announced the allocation of $4 million in Ready 2.0 funds to support infrastructure development within the South Village. Nearly a year later, it's difficult to comprehend why these ordinances are being introduced now without dedicated opportunities for public review and feedback. Residents residents and business owners are not seeking to obstruct progress. We are asking that decisions of enduring importance be made openly, collaboratively, and with the benefit of community input. Thank you for your service and for your commitment to ensuring that Zionsville's future is shaped through an informed and inclusive process. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Paul, is it Dienlein? Dienlein? Sorry about that, Paul.
Good evening. My name's Paul Dienlein. I live at 641 Karen Drive. I am currently the owner of Our Place Coffee on First Street. I will be speaking to the exact same agenda items as the previous two. I'd like to thank both of them for giving all of the thought that they have and everything else. And I'd like to apologize to you all for you all having to deal with this. Your predecessors have pushed it back and pushed it back and pushed it back, and it's time for you all, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you rule, to make a decision on this. As a business owner, I see the traffic at Oak and First Street every single day. I hear the fire engines every single day. I hear the police cars every single day trying to get through that intersection, and it is a challenge. Some of the previous proposals have said exactly what Mervyn had proposed. Do not put a stoplight there. Change it to southbound Oak Street turns right onto, southbound Oak turns right onto First, and vice versa, so that you never stop the traffic. Although that is a great idea, it proposes or creates one monumental problem. When you open up the flow from the south and you don't ever stop it, no one will be able to cross the street on 2nd Street, 3rd Street, 4th Street, and 6th Street because there will not be a gap in cars. I know that because I live on Oak Street outside of town where there is no gap in cars at 8 o'clock in the morning and 5 o'clock in the afternoon. By putting a stoplight in there, you can actually meter brakes so that everyone would then be able to cross through the street subsequently going up Oak or coming down First Street from Sycamore back up to Oak Street. You could meter that in by the stoplight. The actual peanut shape, I am a proponent for. It allows a continual flow of southbound traffic, so once you clear Oak Street and First Street, you do not stop until you get to 106th Street. Thank you. When you're coming north, once you clear 106th Street, you do not stop until you get to a stoplight at Oak and First Street. It allows the most amount of traffic to move through. The stoplight will actually be the 1 meter point to allow traffic to cross flow through it. The other thing I'd like to bring up, very importantly, is I also sit on the Mayor's Council for Special Needs and Disabilities. And by putting these in the way that they have with creating the mini islands on many of the turns, it will allow our visually impaired and our hearing impaired to cross safely. We can actually start bringing the city up into code, which we're required to have by 2027. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Paul. Up next is Tom. Is it Dirks? Dirks?
Different topic. This is regarding courtyards at Heritage Trail. My name is Tom Dirks. I live at 4034 Carnegie Lane in Zionsville in Hampshire. I'm in favor of courtyards, the courtyards project, if concerns are adequately addressed or handled. Courtyards can be complementary to surrounding areas like Hampshire. It will not compete, and it can enhance value and selling appeal. We have confidence in EPCON and being familiar with the courtyards concept. We know the quality will be excellent. Courtyards at Heritage Trail can be fine and good. However, recent changes are problematic. I do not agree with the traffic study. Being contractor initiated, it is naturally biased. Assumptions noted in the study are not valid, and traffic expectations are well short of what will be reality. Also, the study and existing plan do not incorporate significant park traffic. With 200 parking spaces and the likely plan being ball fields, overall traffic will be even more problematic. intersections, streets, and infrastructure on both immediate and nearby streets, such as along 400, 550, especially to the west, parts of 800, and even 300, do not look to be improved accordingly. This is not an EPCON problem. It's an issue of the city and the county to address. A primary concern is way too much traffic will be pushed to 800. The original plan called for 6 courtyard entrances, 1 north, 1 west, 1 south, and 3 east on 800. Now only 3 along 800 remain. That is a very big problem, even with some turn lanes added. An unintended consequence of this is it forces even more traffic to adjacent roads where I think you are trying to limit traffic. I understand not having the north entrance given the rail trail. That makes sense. However, there should be entrances from both the west and the south. Reasons given for recent entrance reductions do not pass the smell test. Also, the explanation around what existing roads, such as 400, are designed to handle exemplifies that there seems to be minimal interest to update infrastructure as it should be, when it should be. In sum, the changes push way too much traffic to 800 and adjacent roads. Recent changes increase resident concerns, not alleviate them regarding traffic, streets, and intersections. I hope the city and county can specifically address this now and residents to know you will get greater buy-in if you do so. Courtyards at Heritage Trail can be good for all. I recommend it. The infrastructure around it and nearby areas needs to be done right. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
Up next is Haley Hurst.
Hi, my name is Haley Hurst. I live at 7175 South 200 East, Lebanon, but part of Perry Township. I'm speaking about 6A today. I wanted to take a moment to speak tonight, not just as someone who works with Watches Farm, but as someone who grew up here in Zionsville, alongside many of the individuals who would benefit most from this new campus. From a young age, I was lucky to grow up around kids with intellectual disabilities. To me, they were never different. They were classmates, teammates, neighbors, friends, people who laughed with me, learned with me, and grew up right alongside me. I never saw them as anything other than people who deserve the same chances we all do, to be included, to be challenged, and to find purpose in what they do every day. As we got older, I watched the gap widen. For many of us, opportunities expanded: college, jobs, independence. But for my peers with disabilities, those opportunities often disappeared the moment high school ended. The supports, the structure, the community, they all fade away at the exact moment when they're needed most. That's why this campus matters so deeply. It isn't just buildings or land, it's a lifeline. It's a place where adults with disabilities can continue to learn, to work, and to grow into the independent, capable people they've always been. I've seen firsthand what happens when people are given purposes, and I've also seen what happens when that purpose is taken away. Watchers Farm changes that story. This campus is not just a project, it's a promise that people I grew up with, people I care about, will have a place to work, to learn, and to thrive right here in the community that raised us. By approving this development, you're not just shaping land use, you're shaping lives. You're saying that Zionsville is a town that believes in inclusion, in opportunity, and in giving every person a place to belong. Let's not miss our chance to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Sherry Ritchie.
Good evening. Sherry Ritchie, 9231 Tundra Drive. I'm here this evening to advocate for the Maple Lane Watches Farm development. I'm the mom of Max Ritchie, a sweet young man of 24 with autism. When he was diagnosed before age 2, we feared he'd never speak, be potty trained, work, or live independently. I have the privilege of knowing each of you on the council, and I know you all have children. Imagine the fear and anxiety that we had as parents with that diagnosis. Thankfully, Max has done well with the thousands of hours of therapies in the village we call Zionsville, and he has a great chance of living on his own in the future. Due to the tireless efforts of the Agarwals, Max has been able to work at Watches Farm and Watch Us Weave for the past 3 years, just minutes away from our home.
His work has given him purpose and has given us all hope for Max's future. This generous gift from the Hinkies will allow many other families' dreams to come to fruition, and this will be an asset to the community at large. Further, it will allow these same adults an opportunity to live on their own at the campus. As important, this will be an inspiration to other communities, locally and nationwide, as to what can be done for our disabled population when we work together. Switching hats from parent to county counselor, this development will be good not just for Zionsville, but for Boone County, the state of Indiana, and countrywide. As a prior school board member, the number of IEPs for Zionsville students have risen every year and is now at 14% of Zionsville's total student population. For Boone County, it's now 22% of all students. These facts alone don't mean that all those students need a place like Watches Farm, but it does mean that more and more of our children need extra help, and some of those kids will need a place like this. Lastly, IU has committed a huge grant for a vocational building on the campus, and Purdue is lending their name to help us create a center of excellence. As a 26-year resident of Zionsville, let's do the right thing for our residents and our future. Thank you for your service and your consideration on this important matter.
Sherry.
Thank you. Thank you. Up next, we have Jeff Raley.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Raley. I live at 640 Sugarbush Drive in Sugarbush, and I have a rental property in the village as well. I work daily in the village. I'm, other than our place, probably down there more than most. So I'm excited to see all the development with the transportation considerations in the south side of the village. I want to just commend you all for the part that you're playing in listening and watching what's going on and watching what's needed there. It was stated before that this started in January 2024. I graduated high school in 2004, and that lot has been the same since then. If you look up a urban blight in the dictionary, it's pretty much a picture of that lot, right? So it's not what we need in our community. We can do better. That's not to even mention what can be done with the traffic flow. Others have commented on that sufficiently. I'll also say that I did read the engineering report. I'm a recovering civil engineer, so found fun digging through all those numbers. But what I will say is that what you may hear from constituents and other folks is opinions on look and feel and kind of the aesthetics of all of this. But really, what this is a traffic issue. This is an infrastructure issue. So I urge you to pay attention to those things, no matter what. That's happening, right? Our town has tripled since in the last 20 years. Those numbers are not going to change, no matter what. Do I wish that there was a simpler solution that didn't involve a double wishbone roundabout type of thing? Maybe, but that's probably what's required here. I commend the engineering team for doing what they've done to thoughtfully go through the numbers and really study what needs to be done. And I know you all have been in conversations and the redevelopment commission as well, just understanding what can and should be done in that area. So thank you for listening, for all that you've listened so far. I don't want that to go unnoticed. This has been almost a year and a half in the making, and certainly other conversations in and around this issue for far, far longer than that. So there will be a time for aesthetics and a bunch of the different discussions there, and I trust this body and others to really understand what the community wants when it comes to those types of issues and listen to that. Should there be planters and greenery and everything around that space? Absolutely. Do we want a concrete monolith of a roundabout structure? No. Right? So listen on that side of things, but I urge you on this issue to listen to the engineering, listen to what needs to be done for the community to improve that area of town. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Up next, we have Leslie Carter.
My name is Leslie Carter. My address is 255 West Pine Street. First of all, I really do want to commend the courtesy of so many people that drive through Zionsville. As a village resident, I walk all over the village and often cross the busy First Street to get to Main. Invariably, someone stops to let me cross. Not everyone, but always someone. I've lived in 4 countries and 8 states, and I've never encountered that courtesy anywhere else. I don't know if it's the people that live here or because I'm now an old lady, but I very much appreciate it. That being said, those of us on the south side of the village should not have to rely on the kindness of drivers to keep us safe. In regard to the resolution 2025-15, I have significant objections regarding a traffic light at First and Oak Street. As it is right now, numerous cars use Pine, Hawthorne, and Second Streets as a way to evade traffic. Not only do they use these roads, they often fly up the streets, significantly exceeding the speed limit and not stopping at stop signs. As far as I'm aware, there's nothing being done to address the speeding or running stop signs. I've seen police cars on Pine very infrequently. Pine and Hawthorne and part of Second are residential areas, families with lots of small children and pets. A stoplight at First and Oak would back up traffic on both streets and only increase those shortcutting up Pine and Hawthorne and down Second, not only going up, as currently happens, but also coming down. Furthermore, it seems a traffic light at the proposed location would possibly be very unsafe for pedestrians. No traffic lights, but more stop signs, crosswalks, and occasional police presence would make life a lot safer for those of us living on the south side of the village. I'm also concerned about turning the section of Pine between Main and First into a two-way road, thereby incurring the loss of 16 much-needed parking spots in the center of the village. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Leslie. Up next, we have David Agarwal.
Hi, my name is David Agarwal. I live at 9906 East 200 South in Zionsville. Just a few points in favor of Agenda Item 6A, which asks for rezoning of the Maple Club Lane to a PUD that will include a new campus for Watch Us Farm, a Zionsville nonprofit that provides jobs and training for high-functioning adults with intellectual disabilities. A couple disclosures. I'm the treasurer of that organization. It's a nonprofit. I'm a volunteer. I'm husband to Janice, who's the executive director of the organization, and she'll speak more eloquently about us later this evening. And most importantly, I'm father to a 26-year-old son, Alex, who grew up in Zionsville. It's Best Buddies program, the Special Olympics Boone County program. He loves it here and wants to come back. Watch Us Farm is donor supported. The majority of our donors are families with members who have special needs that are local. It's financially impossible to create a local organization that supports an often ignored and very under-resourced segment of our population without private funding. We would like to offer more job opportunities for individuals with intellectual disabilities by expanding Watch Us Farm's visibility and footprint in Zionsville. This can only be done in partnership with an organization like the Henke Development Group. To be blunt, Watch Us Farm cannot survive or continue to serve our special needs community unless it grows. Watch Us Farm cannot grow without a new campus, and a new campus cannot happen without the flexibility that a PUD offers Maple Lawn Club. The Maple Lawn Club does represent growth in Zionsville. I know a lot of people are scared about that, but it's the type of growth that we actually need. It's the type of growth that shows the unique values of Zionsville. It's up to you, the council, to decide the merits of this combined proposal, and people are watching. I want to thank you for your time. Would appreciate your consideration. Happy to answer any questions later.
Up next, we have Kent Ezra.
Hello, my name is Kent Ezra. I live at, along with my wife Liz, we live at 654 Spring Hills Drive, and we own Cobblestone at 160 South Main Street. First of all, I'd like to thank the town council. I sit on the board of the RDC as a member of the RDC, regardless of the fact that I do have to share that with Councilor Norris. So thank you very much. I covet the opportunity to help Zionsville any chance that I get. I'm here tonight to talk about the road realignment, and in that I want to talk to the council members tonight, because this is a fiduciary issue in my mind. It's something we definitely need. It's something that I think probably isn't going to make everyone happy when it's all said and done. But what your job here tonight is to not leave money on the table. And there's $4 million sitting on the table that we could lose in a grant from the state. If we don't pass that in the budget this year, we're going to lose that money. And so that, I think, is a big issue. I think that we need to leave the engineering to the engineers. I think that the road realignment can happen. Zionsville is moving forward. I think that we have to have this opportunity to make the entrance to Zionsville better. Again, I don't know if we're going to decide what the best realignment is here tonight, but if we have the opportunity and the council approves this, then we can move forward, we can get the engineers, we can get all of those who can make it right for Zionsville. I think it's a very, very important vote tonight. As some have already said tonight, we've had this opportunity before us before, and I encourage you, the town council, to move forward with it tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Kat.
Thank you. Up next, we have Megan Chisholm.
All right, good evening. My name is Megan. I live at 2809 West Highgrove Circle. I'm here to speak on Maple Lane. I am the mother of 4 incredible children. 2 of them have special needs. Charlie, age 9, and Levi, age 6. Every day I wake up and fight, not just for their care or education, but for their place in this world, for their right to belong, and for their chance to be seen, valued, and included. That is why the Watch Us Farm project means so much to me, and to so many families like mine. And that is why I'm so proud to be here tonight, and that our town and our community has the opportunity to be at the forefront of an inclusive community. This project isn't just about a farm. It's about opportunity. It's about giving individuals with disabilities the dignity of meaningful work, the pride of contribution, and the joy of community. It's about creating a space where differences are not barriers, but bridges, where every person, regardless of their ability, has a role, a purpose, and a reason to smile. As a parent, I've seen both the beauty and the heartbreak that comes with raising children who experience the world differently. I've seen how quickly doors can close, how inclusion can sometimes be just a word, but not a practice. I've also seen what happens when a community like ours decides to open its arms instead of turning their backs. That's what Zionsville has a chance to do tonight, to show that we are not just a beautiful town, but a compassionate one, a place that leads by example, that values kindness as much as progress, and that chooses inclusion, not because it's easy, but because it's right. We are raising our kids in a school district whose motto is "Everyone belongs here." in a town whose motto is for the right reasons. I mean, it's kind of a no-brainer here. So my ask tonight is simple, that this council's decision will let me and so many other families breathe a small sigh of relief to know that we chose the right community, one that will fight with us, one that wants to create a community for our children to grow old in, that gives them a place to belong after they turn 18 and beyond. Approving the Watches Farm project will be approving a community whose foundation was built on hope and possibility. It would say to every child like mine, you belong here. And to every parent like me, there's hope for their future. Thank you for listening and for considering what this means, not just for my family, but for the heart and future of Zionsville.
Thanks, Megan.
Up next, Steve Pittman.
Hello and good evening. For the record, my name is Steve Pittman. I reside at 370 Sander Court. I work for Pittman Partners. Many of you know me as a real estate developer. I think many of you also know that I'm on the Trico Sanitary Sewer Board. I'm also a large landowner in North Union Township. I'm here tonight to talk about item 6D, the consideration of an ordinance approving the letter agreement between the town of Zionsville and Citizens Energy. And I'm not here to speak for it or against it, but I think this, as I'm sitting here, I think this might be the biggest decision, most important decision that you guys make in the next 10 years about how the sanitary sewer is going to serve Union Township. And as I said before, I'm on the Trico board. It's a sanitary sewer that's based here in Zionsville, Indiana. And I'm not in favor of Trico serving that. It would look like I'm here to support that. I'm not. What I'm here to know as a landowner, as landowners, we're agnostic about who provides us with sewer water. We just want to know that somebody can do it, and then they can do it efficiently and economically. And so it might be Citizens, it might be Trico, it might be someone else, but I don't think you guys can make this decision tonight without having the information of who can serve it most efficiently and effectively. In fact, the comprehensive plan that you guys is going through your plan commission now that you guys will be weighing in on probably in the next several months talks about having a utility plan in place. So I would just encourage you all to take your time on this decision and make sure that you have a plan in front of you that tells you this is the best plan to do or it's not. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
Up next is Erica Carpenter.
Good evening, Erica Carpenter. My home address is 26 Cedar Crest. My business address is 205 South Main Street. We have all been in a crunch these last 6 days trying to understand what the new road plan means for the village business district, and for Zionsville as a whole. Thanks to the administration and to town council for the conversations in the last week to help residents understand. You are basing your decision and vote tonight on a number of things, but most importantly, I would think is need. Do we need to spend $10 million to realign the road? Referencing the A&F study, even in the no-build 2025 and no-build 2035 scenarios, most intersections maintain acceptable levels of service during the AM peak hour and only degrade during the PM peak hour at a few approaches. The reports tables show that congestion problems are isolated mainly southbound and not system-wide failures. Have we considered some other options not mentioned in the study, such as limiting westbound access on Sycamore beyond First Street, thus allowing full First Street southbound mobility to turn onto Sycamore going east, or adding a right turn lane at the northbound approach to Main and Sycamore? I ask because I am concerned about the Peanut Roundabout and pedestrian safety. The report's conclusions mention that pedestrian facilities can be designed for minimal impact, but provide no data or modeling of pedestrian crossing safety, sightlines, or conflict points. As we have learned as Carmel's neighbor and as with our own roundabouts, they are more complex for pedestrians to navigate. Multi-leg or peanut roundabouts introduce longer processing distances and multiple vehicle conflict points, especially at the busy Sycamore, Main, and First Street convergence. Secondly, the report only mentions features like refuge islands, or rapid flashing beacons, but does not include them in any scenario or quantify their effect. Without design details, it is impossible to know that pedestrian safety will be maintained, especially in the busy downtown district with visitors and children. The study area includes Lions Park, retail, and residential zones, which are all areas with high foot traffic. The report does not address how increased vehicular efficiency aligns with Zionsville's walkable identity. Finally, my understanding is that the Scenario 7, as listed in the report, is the only option being pursued. However, I request that as you review this tonight, you please limit the scope of any potential approval so that options 4 and 5 are not available road realignment possibilities in the future. They severely limit access and sight lines to Main Street north of Sycamore. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Erica.
Up next, we have Gregory Holbrook.
Gregory Holbrook, family of 4, live at 1945 South, 1100 East, speaking against Maple Lane Club. We believe that Watch's Farm is a great asset for Zionsville, and we hope they thrive. It seems, though, that many people are so enamored with Watch's Farm that they completely forget that there's a subdivision that is included. This subdivision is not nearly as wonderful as Watch's Farm. The staff report confirms that the density for this proposal is inappropriate and out of character for this location. The density of this subdivision will be used as precedent for surrounding areas. Traffic, though, will be an even larger concern. While talking with members of Henke Development Group, I was told they expect most of the traffic to go into Carmel and Westfield on 300 South. They would also like us to believe that most of those people will use the main entrance on Michigan Road to go to 300 South. We don't believe that for an instant. I can tell you from personal experience that to turn left on Michigan Road from 200 South is already difficult many times of the day. That same difficulty will be found on their Michigan Road entrance. Instead, the residents that wish to go east into Carmel and Westfield will exit onto 200 South and take it to either 1200 East or Little Eagle Creek Avenue in order to access 146th Street. We submit the vast majority of the traffic that goes east will use 200 South. If what they say is true, then an emergency exit should be all that they need onto 200 South. But I don't believe that they believe that that is what people are going to use. I think they know that that entrance is inadequate and that 200 South will see heavy traffic. You have likely driven down 146th Street into Carmel and Westfield and seen all the housing there. While we are very glad we don't live there, the one thing that will give them is they built the road to handle the housing before they built the housing. Here in Zionsville, we have new developments being built on Marysville Road just north of Oak Street. Once again, work is being done on the roads before the houses are finished. To this point, we have heard no commitment to upgrade 200 South to handle the traffic from this subdivision. We understand that development will occur on Michigan Road. We agree Watch's Farm is a wonderful organization. Nevertheless, we ask you to reject this request until density and traffic issues have been dealt with appropriately. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gregory. Up next, Dan Fowler.
Hi, Dan Fowler, 4824 South Cobblestone Drive. I'm here actually as a representative of the Pathways Committee for the town. So just give everybody a little refresher what that is. We're an appointed committee, part of town. We're here to advocate and educate for pathways, which that's everywhere where a sidewalk, a trail meets a road, right? So it's kind of where all the places where you might walk or bike and how those things kind of intersect. So that's what I'm here to represent today. You may have seen some of us walking around this morning in the Maple Lawn roundabout near the park there on Mulberry. Sorry, it's Mulberry, right? The skate park, Mulberry, right around there, right around the schools, PVE, ZMS, right? So we were there in our fluorescent vests doing a walk audit along with the town engineers, Department of Public Works, right? Trying to assess what's it like for a kid to ride their bikes to school today through that roundabout. And just getting an understanding what that is, gather some data, and come back with an assessment and some guidance on how we might be able to improve that experience for a kid, focusing primarily on safety. So that's a little bit of what we do, and so kind of the perspective and the context of what I have come to speak about today. So the Pathways Committee, we've put together a letter that we'd like to just read about the Zionsville Gateway redevelopment. All right. Zionsville Pathways Committee has serious reservations about the proposed village road realignment and respectfully requests that the town not approve the design in its current form. We recognize the urgency around state funding for this project and appreciate the work that has been done to facilitate it. However, the current plan heavily prioritizes vehicle flow and intersection capacity without adequately addressing pedestrian experience, walkability, cross-access, or the character of the space. The village is more than just a series of roads. It is one of Zionsville's most significant and shared spaces. A successful redesign should work equally for people on foot, on bikes, and in cars, without placing one user group above another. Dog bone roundabouts like the one proposed were designed for highway interchange locations, not pedestrian-oriented town centers. And in this case, the configuration, even 2 lanes wide, further contributing to the scale mismatch and safety concerns for non-drivers. The form and footprint are fundamentally misaligned with the human scale and environment of the village. Our committee advocates for connectivity that promotes safe movement for all users. We agree that traffic flow improvements are needed for this area. We just believe that this design needs more balance and a broader vision. What we're asking for you to do this evening is to pause the approval process and bring in a firm that specializes in community-centered street design, not just traffic engineering, to guide the next phase. There may be a way for the town to work with the state.
Thank you, Dan.
You good? Oh,
Yep.
all right.
Sorry, I'll turn it up. Sorry, didn't have it
Thank
loud
you.
enough. All right. Turn it off there. Up next is John Nail. Got 2 more. Appreciate everybody hanging in here.
Thank you. For the record, John Nail, 80 South 5th Street, Zionsville. I'm here as a professional engineer. I have about 15 years of experience, mainly focusing on transportation engineering, road and roundabout design. One of the challenges that we always face in situations like the First Street Sycamore realignment project is balancing traffic congestion mitigation with walkability. I know that I moved my family to Zionsville specifically in the village for the walkability, and it's top of mind for me. But what I'll say is, after reviewing the proposed plans by A&F, I believe that this is a very strong solution that does a great job of balancing both congestion mitigation and walkability in the village. I would further say that I am in favor of the signal at First Street and Oak. I think it provides much needed gaps in traffic. My house specifically is right there at the crosswalk on Oak. That crosswalk is in my front yard essentially. And I see people all the time seemingly playing Frogger to get across Oak. If you improve the flow too much, you'll never have gaps in traffic. You're going to have a lot of significant safety issues with folks trying to turn onto Oak from 3rd Street, 4th Street, 5th Street, et cetera. The signal at First and Oak importantly provides some of those gaps in traffic, but also I'm glad a previous resident brought this up. It's a really important pedestrian crossing for visually impaired folks. That is one thing that roundabouts don't do well is for our visually impaired residents. So I think it's a great opportunity to both create gaps in traffic, improve the flow, and also provide a safe crossing for our visually impaired residents as they access our businesses. Lastly, I think the Peanut Roundabout at south end of Main Street is a great opportunity for a gateway into our wonderful village. And I would just encourage this council to indeed trust the professionals looking at this. And would encourage you to support this much-needed infrastructure improvement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
All right, next one up, Greg Albers. Before Greg gets up here, has Shannon Kruger shown up? Okay.
Hi, I'm Greg Albers. I reside at 300 Bentley Drive in Zionsville, and I just want to express my concern on the road alignment. My brother and I own the Rolls and Bentley dealership at 360 South 1st Street, and we've been there for 57 years. And I just want to be able to express to the entire council that we're concerned with what appears it's going to basically wipe out our parking in the front. It's going to make it very difficult for us to access our cars onto the showroom because we do that through the front. And I just wanted to express that publicly to everybody, and hope you guys can work something out that doesn't make it impossible for us to run our business. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Greg.
Last call for Shannon Kruger. Going once.
I think she was an email anyway.
No, it was. All right. Thank you for everyone who took the time to do that. I know it's not easy to fill out a card and stand up here and talk in public and online, so thank you for doing that. The first item up for consideration is old business, consideration of ordinance amending the Town of Zionsville zoning ordinance, petition 2025-40-Z. This is the Courtyards at Heritage Trail PUD, ordinance 2025-21. This is continued from the October 6, 2025 at the request of the petitioner. We have Mike Dale, Director of Planning and Building, Dale Pfeiffer, Robin Crawford, and Mike Andreoli. Any and all who wish to take this?
I'm sure I'll just introduce the fact that Epcon Communities has submitted to you revised PUD ordinance that reduces the number of proposed residential lots from 362 to 342, and revisions regarding landscaping and buffer standards along County Roads 800 East, 400 South, and County Road 500 South, those additional enhancements, if you will, for buffer yards and landscaping along those corridors. They have also submitted to you, as of October 29th, commitments concerning the use and development of the subject site and a dedication agreement concerning the conveyance of 26 acres for public or civic use.
Any questions from councilors?
I have one real quickly. I'd just love to hear your thoughts on the revision that has taken it from, I think, 6 entrances and exits down to the 3 on 800 East. We heard tonight that there's concerns about that. I'd just love to hear your take on, from a planning standpoint.
Yeah, I think 3 is probably adequate. I haven't heard input from fire or emergency response or DPW on that, and I would defer to them on the adequacy of those 3 entrances.
Ask Lance to come up.
Yeah, Lance and I had talked about this, and there was only a slight concern about future need versus current need. I hope I'm saying that right, Lance. And I had expressed that to Dale and Mr. Andreoli as well. I've been working with them a lot in the background to tweak some of what was presented to us originally. And one of the main concerns that came from the Plan Commission, as well as some of the counselors here in the meeting that you were not at, was about the thin road that was on the south and west side with the different angles of the road and the traffic that would be on that side. Lance's communication with me was that he felt that met the current needs. There is a cul-de-sac, I believe, on the south side. There was talk about that having some sort of designation on it so that when people are buying their property, that could potentially become a south access in case it needed for emergency access. Since one of the concerns expressed was
If you think of Vonterra, they have that second unused but potential entrance. It was that kind of feel that was expressed to me that they would possibly talk to you about considering, so that whoever does buy that lot understands that one day it may not be a cul-de-sac. So we started talking about that, and it kind of dropped off on the importance of the issues we were trying to meet with the roads, and that was with the left turn and working with the existing blisters that go for Hampshire. And Evan and I had some meetings with EPCON, and one of the considerations was, do we proactively do road work and guess at what is needed using road impact fees up front and expanding the road? And in my conversations with the mayor and Lance at DPW, it was that it would be better to receive the road impact fee to have the money when the need is something a traffic study would call for, since we as a town do not proactively guess what would be a problem, because then liability falls on us. So we backed off on trying to guess where the problem in the roads would be and keep the road impact fees as they were, so that Lance's team could take it from there. Lance, did I say that right, or would you like to come up and say anything else?
You would like to come up and say something else.
He loves to get called into this stuff.
Yeah, I would like to supplement a little bit on what you said. So when you talked, you and I talked, and they said, what do you want from a development? And I simply said, I want to follow the rules. Okay, I want to follow the design and construction standards that are adopted by the town, and I want them to follow the ordinance requirements for improvements. Now, when a subdivision or any development comes in, the big three that we look for, are they trying to get out of widening the roads that abut their project? And this latest iteration shows no indication. There's a statement in there that says we intend to offer the enumerated improvements as well as any other ordinance requirements. So I expect to see road widening on the perimeter roads. We also expect to see perimeter pathways installed. And it gets very convoluted when you start horse trading road impact fees for local projects. I will say there was a comment made earlier about their traffic impact study. Those are not biased. Every engineer who stamps those is putting his professional licensure on the line. So there may be rooms for opinions at times and interpretations of data, but they are certainly never falsified. And I will say that traffic impact study that was brought forth specifically by a developer matches to the T the road impact fee study that the town does every 5 years to develop and update its traffic impact fee. So our study said the same thing, and both studies contemplated specifically development on this parcel as well as other area parcels. So it wasn't just a background growth, it was this is going to happen. So I have nothing, there's nothing that would lead me to believe that their traffic impact fee was nefarious or anything other than an honest statement of what's going to happen. So improve our perimeter roads, put in your perimeter pathways, put in your entrances in accordance with figure T11 of our design and construction standards, which basically is a deceleration lane with a right-hand turn in, and then some mechanism so that left-hand turns are not always blocking people from getting by. That could be a passing blister, that could be a left turn lane, the term sheet or whatever we're calling it that I saw most recently. Basically, with the three entrances they're proposing, they're beating the intent of the ordinances at all three of them, because as you stated, they are opposing existing entrances into Hampshire, which will serve that function, and the third entrance would be that one entrance that gets the left turn lane.
And I very much appreciated Lance's support through discussions with EPCON, and had, just thank you very much. I know you had a lot going on, and you were definitely putting things aside to have conversations with me.
That's why I'm here. I'm happy to do that.
Yeah. But I also took a lot of discussion time with them about their buffers, and we had some discussions about the Big Four Rail Trail being close to the north end and looking into homes, which is one thing that we've tried to protect on our rail trail, is to make it feel like it truly is not staring into people's backyards. And that we have increased buffers on the north that were I don't know if you've seen the new configuration, but you can see the demarcation of the trees and the foliage, and it's pushed further south. I thought that was a very nice improvement. We increased the drainage situation because Hampshire residents had spoken of the water getting into their property. We were talking about the 26 donated acres potentially being baseball diamonds, and how drainage would affect that, and it would become too expensive for anyone to be able to do anything with that property, so they've increased the retention ponds. We've separated the parking from the donated area from the neighborhood so that they could keep people from just parking in the neighborhood. I just really thought that EPCON was great to work with. I appreciated you listening and responding to my requests. I think it was important when Lance told me that I needed to hear that you were following the new subdivision ordinances, and I just really appreciated our work together. And I think this is a chance for us to vote on something that, while it is expanding our community, it's a nod to a small town feel. I feel like sometimes people think numbers is how you define small town, but I believe you define small town by how you treat your people and how you are there when they age, or you're there when they have special needs, or you're there just to celebrate each other. And it feels weird that we have two neighborhoods to vote on tonight that are expanding, but these are our borders. And I think that both of the small town feel and more people in it are not mutually exclusive. I think we are giving people a chance to have their parents live here or to age here while their children live here and take over their homes. So I found that the changes you made were very good for me, and I hope that we have enough counselors who feel the same way.
I do have a couple of questions and a couple of comments as well, and to some of that is echoes Sarah's comments. Since we last met, there's been a number of, what are we looking at? There they are. A number of changes were proposed, and many of those, and thank you for addressing the concerns that were raised in the last meeting, and I'll run through a few of those. Some of them have been discussed. One was lot reduction to really try to get in line with a bit of a density that, not just for the sake of density, but really for the sake of the comprehensive plan that will be rolled out in a final version here in the next few days in this town, and to make sure that we're staying in alignment with what we've spent 18 months with the community and a few $100,000 to determine what should be the vision of Zionsville. I think it's important that we plan on adhering to that. And so that was kind of a 20-unit lot, 20-unit reduction. I would have liked to seen a little more, but I will talk about, and I'm going to ask about the density as it relates to the comp plan. I do appreciate also the buffer enhancement, which looked fairly robust, and specifically, and I know, Dale, you sent this to me, especially along the trail, which Sarah mentioned on 400. And I couldn't quite tell. It looked like, so this will be the first question that I'll ask of you, and that is to explain that. And is it 100 feet of buffer, which seems very generous? So I want you to just make sure I'm reading that correctly.
Maybe we could have Mike, Dale, whoever, Mike or Dale, not Mike, Dale, whoever would like to come up here so that when questions are asked, we can have those addressed.
Let me stop there so you can just address that one real quick. Just explain the change in the buffer, and I guess you already shook your head that you're confirming that's 100 feet. But talk about what all you're expecting to build there in terms of, because it's, right now, there's really not a lot of tree line or anything right there. It's just kind of farmland right up against the trail.
I think, first of all, preface your question with a couple of comments. And thank you for loaning Evan and Sarah to us to help us concentrate and actually focus on the concerns that the counselors had. It's very tough to do that in a meeting, but there was a lot of back and forth, a lot of questions, a lot of concerns raised, and then in the process, Dale had prepared a number of term sheets to try to address those, which ultimately met in the revisions to the PUD ordinance. But more importantly than that, we tried to keep the revisions in the PUD ordinance, given the fact that it had a favorable recommendation from the Plan Commission, with minimal changes. Obviously, we reduced the lot count by 20 lots. That allowed us to actually increase the buffers along 800. So that the homes are farther away from 800 now than what they were in the original plan. Obviously, when you have less houses, you can actually adjust those to be able to do that. But in discussions with Evan and Sarah, we focused on two issues. How do we fund road improvements now? How do we get road improvements done, specifically with regard to County Road 800, which was the major arterial road? And two, while it was thankful, I think, that we were in a position to be able to buy and then donate 26 acres for future use by the town, would there be an opportunity to be able to go ahead and actually spend money from EPCON's standpoint to make improvements to the property, not just give the town the land. It's good, the town has the land, but then the town has to find the money to make improvements. In essence, we concentrated in those two areas. The improvements that we've isolated in our commitments, EPCON's going to fully fund those at their expense, not the town's expense. That's the first thing. Second thing is they committed to put a 200-lot parking lot in for the, if they're ball fields, whatever the town's going to use, at their expense. So good job of negotiating by Sarah and Evan with regard to get those two particular things done. It's a lot of money that's being put up in that regard. It's beneficial. It's not just giving the land, but it's also taking a large step to the improvements that are going to be necessary so that the land can be utilized. Those are the two particulars we think that made the biggest change. And in the event that council decides, and in the event that your attorney decides that we can go ahead and not have to send this back to the Plan Commission, that's one of the reasons why we tried to keep the changes to the PUD minimal, and then supplement that with actual written commitments that will go with the land that you see every day when you do developments. We're doing it at this particular stage so that you know up front that those things will be done. And that's part of the approval process. So any approval you would give tonight would be subject to those commitments being executed and recorded. And in addition, we tried to put some meat on the bone with regard to the dedication agreement. The dedication agreement was how the land was going to be transferred to the town, what our commitments were for the funding of the improvements that EPCON was going to do for the parking, those types of things, so that would be in a dedication agreement. The PUD provided for one, but we actually prepared one so that the council would have an opportunity to take a look at that particular document and have that to adopt as well. So hopefully, Mr. Burke and Councilor Burke, I've answered your question with regard to that. But the additional buffer yard is substantial along County Road 800 as well as the other areas. Thanks.
I think before Councilor Burke or Vice President Burke, Heather goes into additional questions, to Mr. Andreoli's point, this is a modification of the original PUD with a proposed decrease in density. Can you just speak to the requirement, whether there would or would not be a requirement for this to go back to the Plan Commission before it comes to us?
I don't think we've done that historically. I'm looking at Mike Dale. I think we've made written commitments by the developer and then just had them recorded in the message, reduced to writing, and then signed by the town. But Mike or...
And I would defer to John Oberlander. His position is that there's there's court precedents that would, yes.
Can I ask? If it was my understanding you had to send it back if there's a change in an increase in the density or a change in the use, which there is no.
There is not. We've
there's
actually
neither of those.
reduced the density, and the use has stayed the same.
Because I think state statute talks about that, or John's nodding his head.
Okay, I was like, I swear
I'm not
John
the-
told me that it did not have to go back with these changes. I was communicating to get that point made before we went too far into this process.
Yeah.
So my intent with this question just simply is to get on the record. I mean, I don't know that we necessarily need a significant amount of dialogue here, as long as the attorneys can talk yes or no. Do we need to send this back to the Plan Commission, or can we take action tonight?
I don't believe that historically we've sent it back to the Plan Commission when we've reduced or made additional commitments verbally that will be later recorded. And John, I mean, John's nodding agreement with me, which makes me feel good at 9 o'clock at night, John, or 8:30. But yeah, that's how we've handled it historically. If the council is comfortable with
Yeah,
that.
so in this scenario, should this move forward, it would just be with written agreements on, modifications and changes, no substantial revisions to the PUD, et
Yeah,
cetera, et cetera.
with the stated commitments that have
Okay.
been provided as well, and then it would be reduced in writing and signed.
Yeah.
Please be reminded that the actual dedication agreement, Councilor Plunkett, was called out in the original PUD. So that's a document, that's an adjunct document that would be prepared for the council's approval under any circumstance. The commitments add a different layer to it. It doesn't change the PUD, it adds a different layer to it. And these are voluntary commitments, so the acceptance of those does not, in my opinion, does not cause any disservice or problem with that, because these are all voluntary commitments. We're just doing them up front, so you know what you're getting with this particular project in relation to the concerns, some of the concerns that were raised. So
Yeah, I just want to get on record in case it goes through and somebody says you got to go back the other, the rest of the way. I just want to get it on record as a process, so that's all I wanted to do.
And all of the new agreements, Dale or I guess Evan, these are all formalized in writing and ready to go. Is that right? Everything we're talking about right now has been updated and changed, or how would that be put into the final vote?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite, what's that?
That Wednesday email we got.
Yeah, I'm sorry?
But it's all been updated and.
Yeah, we've drafted the commitments in the dedication agreement, and so that you know, the commitment form, and I'm sure Mr. Dale will agree with this, the actual commitment form that we use is a typical commitment form that we've used in our community here for years with regard to either Board of Zoning Appeals or Plan Commission members and petitions. So we did the drafting of those, and we did the drafting of the dedication agreement.
I just want to make sure that Sarah and Evan have agreed through all the negotiation that everything that was agreed upon is in there.
There was one thing I read, and this is just off my memory, that made me want to ask you about, and it was that we had to have a plan approved for the park within so many years. And I had one concern about that being, if this were to be, I've talked to AJ Brack, I've talked to Tori Campen, I know you've talked to Andy, the treasurer, Chad Antcliffe, the people from Little League, and there is, a drive. They're excited to have something there, but they're aware of the cost, just like we were, just like you are. Are you accepting a plan where, I'm personally right now working with people trying to get a Challenger League field sponsored of these fields, but are you okay with accepting, okay, we have 5 grass fields, a field, what level of plan has to be firmed up for it to not miss the deadline of the parking lot.
I think you're speaking to the issue of the parking lot and the timing of the parking lot, correct?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I just
and we
know that somewhere in there it said like within 5 years or within, he has it.
There's a timeline in there purposely because we can't be done with our project and then have to go back and build a parking lot sometime later. And so we just needed that caveat in place that,
But we can throw a parking lot in. It doesn't have to have completed fields. We can have,
we're donating the ground to the town. The town can use it for any public use it wants and approves. If it approves it as a sports park, we'll build a parking lot.
okay, I see what you're saying. It made me think, oh my God, do I have to have 6 baseball diamonds in before you're going to, okay.
Yeah.
That was the only thing that made me.
Yeah, I understand that to mean you're not going to move forward with designing and placing a lot until the architectural design of the park knows where those should be placed.
Yeah, correct. That's right.
No, all we're doing, I think that's a fair question. All we're doing is committing to go ahead and put a parking lot for 200 cars. The actual total layout of that, that'll all be developed as the town develops its park plans and where things are going to go, how it's laid out, and those types of things. And we fully expect to be a partner with the town in terms of that. We're just there and be available to go ahead and make sure that improvement, that parking lot improvement gets done. And it's done at our expense.
Yes.
And
And
the
they're
town knows
also-
it doesn't have to spend the money for that.
They're also bringing the utilities to the site,
Yes.
which is a great enhancement.
And building a master detention pond, so we handle all of the stormwater.
Oh, I appreciate that. I do think that was very generous. A couple other questions, and I hope that these are questions other people were going to ask, so I'm not asking too many darn questions. I am really committed, and anyone who's been to the meetings or worked with me over the last really 4 years, but certainly in the last year, is my commitment to having a new, revised, citizen-led comprehensive plan. And my understanding is that perhaps the final version, after over a year's time period of work, may be released this week, that may go before the Plan Commission and eventually this body. I know it's not 100% finished, but I think it's important for us to, if we're making any changes at this point to a large development, that it is in alignment with, at least at this point. If this would have been 3 or 4 months earlier, I would have been hesitant to say we just don't know where that's going. But I guess it's kind of, maybe, Mike, you could confirm, the way I read this is in this specific location, assuming that this plan that is rolled out in the next couple of days publicly, even though it's on the website now, you can go look at it, would place this within a conventional subdivision, I guess, I don't know if it's zoning, but planning. And as I read through that, that would allow a gross density of 0.33 to 2 units per acre. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as I understand this project, at least now, specifically with the 20 home reduction, they're now right at 2 per acre. Is that correct, Mike?
Right. I had 1.9 on 180 acres, or 2.2 on 154 if you subtract the 26 acre.
If we're going with gross.
Yeah, gross.
With the donated land included.
If you include the donated land, and I
Yeah.
mean, I know, again, if you've been to these meetings, you know I do splice hairs on gross and net density for different reasons, but the comp plan calls for gross, and my concern here is that we're in alignment with what the community has given us input on up to this point, which is maybe the 9th inning. So I just wanted to acknowledge that this would be in alignment with that, and I do believe taking off those, even though it seems small, those 20 units helped us get in alignment with this, and it helped to provide some of the other buffer that we were asking for. The only last question I have is around access, and someone's already answered that 3 seems appropriate off of 800 for all the different reasons on maybe why the other roads aren't ideal. However, that being said, I fully acknowledge that this development and/or the tertiary fields, when those are developed, will drive traffic to those smaller roads in ways that they're probably not equipped to handle right now. But I did have a question. I know this isn't, you may not have the answer because the plan for the 24-acre donation isn't there, but I'm just curious, as we're developing these things, it seems like, looking at a map, that's located on the 550, 400 corner, how they would, and I couldn't tell by looking at the map, there was an arrow, but I don't think that was an entry point. Is there any conversation already about where an access point would get you into the 24 acres? Because we don't really need that being driven through the neighborhood. And it seems like the only place to do that would be off of 400 and 550. I would not be in favor of any cut into the trail, the big four, at 400. So it seems to me that would have to come through 550. And again, maybe you haven't even thought about that. I couldn't tell on the map if there was a cut or a plan there that you guys were prepared to already. Is that right? Go ahead, Dale.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. We've been working on it for quite some time. And the concept plan that we have for the sports park puts the parking lot, utilizes underneath the power lines, so on the far south end of the sports lot. So that means the access to the curb cut would be off of Whitestown Road on the far west end of the northwest end of the development.
And is that something you would go ahead and,
yeah.
That's probably not in your commitments to put that entryway? That would be something later the town would have to
The entryway would come along with the parking lot.
Okay. Okay, yes, that's what I was getting at. That's all the questions I had. Sorry, and thank you.
Anything else from counselors?
I just have a comment, and basically I'm going to kind of preface this with this little comment. I personally believe that we should highly scrutinize and in some cases halt residential developments in Zionsville until we have completed an updated comprehensive plan study. As the town moves into the next several years, there is some uncertainty with funding needed to fund and maintain our standards of services. However, I'm encouraged by the support for developments that seemingly give back to our community in social and in economic ways. Traffic, roads, density, they always become the linchpin for developments like these. This is why you see these park donations or other opportunities. It's my belief that these donations should not be the reason to deviate from Zionsville standards. However, I do like this opportunity. So that's where I'm at.
And let me jump in real quick, President Plunkett. First of all, I apologize for not being at the meeting when this was initially presented, but I'm glad I wasn't, because Sarah and Evan jumped in and did some great work, I think, improving the plan. Thank you to both of you for your willingness to listen to what they had to say. Great work, both of you, really fantastic. I'm struggling with this, I'll be honest with you. I almost feel bad about Mike and Dale because I've dragged them around back and forth with my concerns. You know, we talk about Zionsville being special. We talk a bit about it being unique. I was just at the State of the Town presentation where we said it's about our DNA. We don't want to be Carmel. We don't want to be Westfield. And each time we keep approving 300, 400 unit subdivisions, we keep pushing ourselves further and further towards these standards that we say we don't want to be. And it's a real struggle. I guarantee you every one of the counselors up here struggles with this, and we reach out to as many people as we can to get feedback. That said, this is kind of a unique situation, one with which I am in the age demographic that could potentially be moving into something like this. And I appreciate the fact that density, while it needs to align with our comprehensive plan, is going to be a little bit denser when you've got a zero maintenance type facility. These people that buy these lots are not going to be going out and cutting their grasses and maintaining their landscape. That's done for them. So the lots have to be smaller. When you look at, for those of you that haven't looked, when you look at the map, they have done a masterful job of keeping most of that density very difficult to see from the roads. It is very, very well protected. That said, I do have a concern about traffic. For those of you that drive 300 South, which I think many of these people will be when they're trying to head over to Carmel, it's not unusual to sit for 10 to 15 minutes just waiting to get to the light to get through Michigan Road. We're going to have to do stuff about that. But this is a 7-year build-out, if I understand that correctly?
At least.
So we've got some time. So I guess I throw this all out here because it's a difficult thing to vote against a development that's giving 26 acres to our town that could end up being baseball fields that kids right now can't even get into Little League because there's not enough fields at Zion, or at Lions Park for them to play baseball. It's hard to vote against something like that. So I just want to point out that great work done by my fellow counselors, and while it may not be consistent with how I voted in the past, I think you'll find that, that I'm supportive at this point. So, thanks.
Anything else from counselors?
May I just ask a point of clarification? Did you plan on presenting anything further tonight, or is this?
Not now.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say.
If I can, just for 15 seconds, I just want to reiterate everything that's being said. I want to thank Sarah. Sarah took she took the laboring oar on this and really dealt with the communication, especially with fall break falling in between. Thank you to Dale and Mr. Andiroli for being so open and honest and willing to talk to us. They always return my calls. Never had a problem getting hold of them or discussing the issue. I'm proud to support this project tonight. I've done a 180 on this project, but I think it's at the point now where I think everyone can get behind it, or to some extent get behind it and understand it and support it. So thank you.
Anything else from counselors? I would just say before I call for a motion, I mean, I appreciate the work that you guys did on this as well. I mean, I'm likely going to be the lone holdout here, but, I mean, 6-1 doesn't matter, right? So, but I would just say from my perspective, I live less than 2 miles from there. So I experience the traffic on a daily basis on the rural roads of Zionsville. Roads that aren't necessarily patrolled by our Zionsville Police Department or Boone County Sheriff's officers, so there's certainly a little bit of a lag time if and when we need services out there sometimes. I realize 340 homes, likely not 2 cars per house, but, you know, probably close to an additional 500 cars on the road out there. You add to it baseball fields that could have anywhere from 200 to 400 cars on a Saturday or Sunday driving around everywhere. It becomes concerning for me. And, you know, again, living in the rural Zionsville and knowing that where this location sits, we have no control over infrastructure improvements to the west. And that's concerning for me. So, and for the record, I think I've mentioned before that I'm not supportive of this particular part of the draft comprehensive plan either. So that would certainly fall in line with my my decisions here today. But with that in mind, I will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. I make a motion to approve, I have to find the right number, ordinance 2025-21.
I have a first from Counselor Sampson.
Second.
A second from, was that Counselor Stein?
Question about the motion.
Is it wrong?
Would you want to?
And with
yeah.
Scratch that.
Sarah, does she have, or Heather, does she have to withdraw her motion?
I withdraw my motion, and I would like to make a corrected motion to approve ordinance 2025-21 with the stated commitments that we received on Wednesday, October 29th, from Barry Andrioli.
Second again.
Question again.
Oh, God, what did
Would
I
you
miss?
also include the dedication agreement?
Oh, is
and,
that not
and
part of
the
it?
resolution of TAC comments?
I'm going to write this down.
So let's hold off. Let's, Sarah, go ahead and withdraw your motion again. Let's hold off on a second.
Okay,
until
I
we get
withdraw
this
my
right.
motion.
So, now go
Okay,
ahead.
I've stated commitments, dedication agreement. What was this?
Dedication agreement, the commitments concerning the use and development of the real property, and the TAC, resolution of the TAC comments, Technical Advisory Committee comments. Those 3 items.
I say it one more time. Stated commitments, dedication agreement, commitment.
TAC comments.
I have the TAC comments. I thought there was a third thing in between.
That should be
Or did you
3.
just say it differently?
Yeah, commitments, TAC comments, and dedication agreement.
Okay. Third time's the charm. I would like to make a motion to approve ordinance 2025-21 with additional stated commitments, the dedication agreement, and the resolutions from the TAC comments.
Heather? Mike? Okay. I have a first from Counselor Sampson, Second. Second from Counselor Stein. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Aye. Motion passes 6 in favor, 1 opposed. Up next on the agenda is a consideration, or is new business, which is a consideration of an ordinance amending the Town of Zionsville zoning ordinance petition 2025-53-Z, the Maple Lane Club of Bradley Ridge PUD. This is ordinance 2025-24. Mike Dale, Director of Planning and Building, and we also have Kyle, is it Recitaris? Recitaris, did I say that right? And Dale Pfeiffer, the petitioner.
Thank you. At the October
What's
20...
on here? Yeah, I'm just reading them through. Sorry, it's on here.
At the October 20 Plan Commission meeting, the Plan Commission gave a favorable recommendation to the Town Council regarding this petition by Maple Lane LLC to rezone 181 acres from rural general ag to planned unit development. The site's located in Union Township, northeast of 200 South and Michigan Road, currently farmed with a single barn located at the northwest of the property. This would be a mixed-use development consisting of agricultural, residential, low-intensity commercial, and a nonprofit called Watches Farm. If granted, the proposed development would consist of 360 dwelling units, with 24 of them being within the Watches Farm community. That's all I have for
Mike,
now.
can you confirm what was the Plan Commission vote? I know it was favorable, but do you have was it unanimous?
No, I think there was one abstained.
Abstained, okay.
Yeah.
Can we get, also, can we
recuse
just
it.
get some, can we just get some clarification on the petitioners here, because apparently those names were incorrect. So who are the petitioners we have for this, Mike?
This would be the Maple Lane LLC?
Yeah, well, Dale Pfeiffer's not on there,
Okay.
and he was on the sheet, so who's our,
Okay.
who do we have here on your team?
You had my name correct. Kyle Russell-Terrence with Dentons.
Kyle Russell-Terrace.
Betsy Garfield.
And-
Correct.
And Betsy?
Betsy Hinkie Garfield.
Okay, and Betsy Garfield. Thank you. Mike, are you leading this, or do we need, where are we here with this?
Allow the petitioner to proceed.
All right, very good. Go ahead.
Thank you.
President Plunkett, did you have your question answered about Plan Commission action? It was a six members of the Plan Commission voted favorable recommendation, one abstaining vote.
Thank you.
Good evening, councilors. Kyle Russell-Terrence, attorney for the petitioner, partner at Denton's 10 West Market Street in Indianapolis. The Maple Lane Club of Bradley Ridge PUD before you this evening offers the council an occasion to approve a rezone that will welcome a truly unique and special project to the town of Zionsville, a community that embraces the interconnection between residential development and agricultural development, but more importantly, supports a greater mission, a mission we've heard something about during the public hearing, that mission of Watches Farm, to serve and empower adults with intellectual disabilities and other needs, to help these neighbors and loved ones earn and keep a job in the town of Zionsville, and more importantly, to live and prosper with this community among us to the best of their ability. But I'd say it's much more than that. The mission of Watches Farm has been captured by the vision of Hinkie Development Group and Janice and David Agarwal. And that vision formed around the Maple Lane Club of Bradley Ridge, a development that allows a residential community to see and coexist with agriculture and farming, and to have agribusiness and agritourism woven into the fabric of their day-to-day life. The community will offer opportunities to volunteer. It will promote thoughtful connectivity between living, learning, playing, shopping, and interacting with each other. And finally, it's a place where the heartbeat of Zionsville can live and shine, where generosity, civic spirit, and inclusivity are supported and praised. If I can have my screen promoted, if that's possible, please. The ordinance before you this evening establishes 6 distinct use blocks. The use block plan before you this evening is included in the ordinance. Along County Road 200, I draw your attention, excuse me.
Wait, hang on.
We'll switch that. I draw your attention to the southeast corner of the development, where in the dark green we find the Watches Farm use block, thoughtfully placed adjacent to the community amenity area. In the southwestern corner of the development, at the intersection of 200 and US 421, we find the Maple Lane Commons, a mixed-use neighborhood market use block. And from there, beginning the community's primary southern entrance, the PUD includes 3 single-family residential use blocks called Founders Grove, Heritage Hill, and Pine Gate, extending north through the landscape offered by this beautiful piece of property. To better visualize and illustrate each of these use blocks within the community, we offer and turn your attention to the concept plan included in the PUD ordinance, where in more detail we see the interaction between that agricultural development from the Watches Farm block, the orchards, the barn, interacting with the ball fields and the community amenity areas, the clubhouse, and the natural landscape that the Maple Lane Club PUD will offer. And really that interaction between the two creates moments where residents in the community at any point throughout the Maple Lane Club district can access a trail or a pathway and meander through the development, either accessing the existing long-standing barn in the northwest corner that many of us drive by on a regular basis. We look forward to the holiday season and the lights existing for many years to come that we drive by, can access a pathway through the community, walking by their friends and loved ones' homes, down to the marketplace in the southwest corner, to a farm stand or a similar marketplace use, and grab a cup of coffee and maybe some local produce, and then follow the trail or the pathway east to volunteer or support an educational opportunity or an agribusiness venture, maybe an exhibit by Purdue University or Watch Us Farm, welcoming interaction between the residents of the community and those workers and volunteers at Watch Us Farm. The Watch Us Farm use block includes 24 dwelling units so that those individuals supported by the mission of Watch Us Farm can live and exist and coexist in this community so that it can truly be one of inclusivity. The project embraces the open space, allowing for that trail connectivity that I touched on, not the least of which is an 8-foot wide path along 421 and 200 South. That'll be an 8-foot path along the entire boundary. The project has already embraced additional setbacks, including expansion of the pond structure on 421, setting the Watch Us Farm barn further back from 200 and expanding the orchard use, really making sure that as you're walking through and traversing through any part of the development, you're really in tune with the agricultural and agribusiness elements and agritourism elements of the development. Before I offer you some comments on how the actual PUD ordinance has changed and matured through connecting with neighbors and Plan Commission members and staff members, I certainly want to welcome Betsy Henke Garfield to the microphone to comment more on the vision that Henke has had for this development.
Thank you, Kyle. Thank you so much, council. Thank you wholeheartedly to the many, neighbors, the many individuals who this personally touches, people that have shown support, all the way going back to TAC meeting. It felt very poignant to have, so many members from your fire department here, because they were really some of the first in that TAC meeting that made me feel like this was going to work because it was here in Zionsville. For those of you that had sat through TAC meetings, often you're talking very technical terms and things of that matter, but your colleagues offered up solutions that they had heard at different conferences that would work for people with special needs and different sensory, things that might not always be considered in housing. And that was so many months ago, but I've never forgotten that moment. And it's because of that kind of intuitive thinking and that different kind of thinking why this project has come before you, and more specifically, why it's here in your community. This does not work just on its own. If it did, it'd be all over. There's a tremendous need, as so many people have pointed out, but it needs community. It needs people to be, there and close to come volunteer. It needs people to be living close to where loved ones might be learning to work and live. And more importantly, it needs so many services that this community has, and that's why we know it will be really successful. I'm very pleased, to be working on this, to be having the opportunity to work with Watch Us Farm to think bigger, and to bring this into a community where we can really start to set a foundation for something that's unique, that already so many communities want to, replicate. They want to see it be successful, and it can be successful here. So with that, I genuinely appreciate all of the time going back with Plan Commission and staff and so many neighbors. We've spent hours upstairs with them, walking through plans and revising things. This is a really, really great project, and it's been vetted by so many that will be involved. And so we just, with that, we really appreciate everything, and we're very, very proud to be a part of this and hopefully, be able to bring this to life. So thank you.
The visuals offered on the screen were included in your packet, so I want to skip to some of the ordinance changes, and I won't go through each of these points here, but really we want to highlight the revisions that resulted from a great amount of dialogue, both before the initial petition was filed, after it was filed before the first Plan Commission, and then between the two Plan Commission hearings, highlighting the decrease in overall density of the development, removing townhomes entirely from the project. Townhomes are not a permitted use in the ordinance. We've reduced the maximum dwelling units from 425 to 360. You'll see that's with the 360 units, that's 1.9 units per acre. We've reduced the height of the overall development. At one point, barn structures or other townhome structures could exceed now the maximum building height of 35 feet. In every single use block, there's a 35-foot maximum building height. And as I said, I won't highlight each of these other items, but we wanted to also make sure that aligning residences along 200 and 421 to make sure that they had a similar streetscape so that they were away from the road and also facing the road, which much more aligns with development further east and further south. We had a really, really constructive initial public hearing before the Plan Commission. That resulted in really a call to action by the Plan Commission, where they took a heavy pen to the text of the ordinance. I will admit that the text of the ordinance was a document that this council has approved in many instances for other developments, including Holiday Farms and other Hinkie developments. And we saw an opportunity to work closely with Plan Commission and staff alike to improve the document, to make it, you'll see in the last bullet point, I'm anxious to get to it. We want to make sure that the ordinance is easier for staff to administer. We want to make sure that there aren't non-zoning regulated provisions in the ordinance. We want to make sure it's just a zoning regulation ordinance so that Mike and Roger and Jody and other staff members can actually administer this more easily. we saw opportunities for that pedestrian and trail connections that we offered. We made sure that the signage requirements were bolstered and really made it so that each of the development standards were easy to understand, easy to implement, and really consistent through the document. So we think that this ordinance will actually be a great form that staff can use moving forward. I will highlight quickly, as I hope it would be included in any motion considered by the council, that we replace certain of those non-zoning regulation conditions and replace them with commitments. Those commitments were the subject of the Plan Commission's recommendation for approval, and the developer stands next to those, and those were included in your packet, making sure that there's a declaration, owners association, and architectural review board of the neighborhood, that there's common area maintenance obligations by that owners association, and maintenance of any decorative or regulatory signage is also maintained by the owners association. Easy commitments for Hinkie Development Group, Maple Lane Club to make, but we want to make sure that those are documents in writing recorded against the property to be a supplement, a complement to the ordinance, to the ordinance itself. So as you very well know, the Plan Commission and the council alike are tasked with paying reasonable regard to a set of considerations outlined in statute. The petitioner and I agree that the petition satisfies each of these conditions, and including the comprehensive plan. I would note that it's supported by the existing comprehensive plan as well as the future comprehensive plan that was mentioned earlier this evening. That the most desirable use for this land, the conservation of property values, the current conditions of the uses in each district were comments received by the community, by neighbors. This has received a vast number of support letters, no opposition from the owners of land or properties directly adjacent to the property. We had a multiple-hour neighborhood meeting several weeks ago, incorporating many of the comments of the community in how to improve the development. I've touched on many of those. These homes, this development is really going to support a significant increase to over $250 million of new assessed value, with homes ranging from $850,000 to over $3 million of these custom homes, really promoting this corridor and the property values. So I would respectfully, and the petitioner respectfully, request that the Zionsville Town Council, Town Council, approve the rezone. And really, in closing, I want to welcome Janice Agarwal really to round out this development, because this development is supported by Watches Farm. It's a combined collaborative vision, but it's not lost on us that this Town Council and the community alike is viewing the residential corridor as well as the Watches Farm corridor, and we firmly believe that this is a mix of uses supported by the comp plan. It's a creation of jobs, and it's a truly unique opportunity that the council has before you. But Janice can finish our comments tonight. Thank you.
Can we pull up the slide of the map? Technology. Thank you so much, Council. My name is Janice Agarwal, 9906 East 200 South. If I sound passionate, I thought I could understand families with disabilities. You can't understand it until you have it. You can never understand the fear of dying and not knowing where your kid's going to be. All the dreams and wishes that you had of their relationships, their jobs, where they're going to go, what kind of college are they going to go to, who's going to be, are they going to be the next president? Completely destroyed the day they're born and you find that diagnosis. Currently, Zionsville has 14% of people that need IEPs. Now, what does that actually mean? That means that those people, not developmentally delayed, but many are intellectually delayed, or they need more help. They need more vocational training. What we have done, as soon as they can't get a job or are rejected for jobs, they end up in their parents' home. There's no place for them to go. The government funding stops the day they leave high school. 98% of funding goes through that day. Less than 2% actually goes after. So there's not even a lot of funding. And the reason is because most of these kids are so well advanced that the funding goes for the developmentally delayed, those kids that are in wheelchairs, or those kids that are very, very well delayed, developmental. In Boone County, 22% currently are on the IEPs. When I started 40 years ago as a therapist, we saw a few of the autisms and intellectual disabilities. It will blow your mind how many are out there. And I don't believe currently, and I could be wrong and I didn't look that up, I don't believe this community, Boone County, has really done all that much for the intellectual disabilities. I believe we've done some housing, but up until now, we've done a lot for 55 and above, or for a lot of different areas, but I don't believe this group, and I could be wrong, has had anything done for it. So these are statistics, but they're also very painful. So we decided, I have been working with families all over the country for the last 26 years that have just disabilities, because my husband, as a physician, that has allowed me to be able to do something. I do that for free. That allowed us to go international. Internationally, there are the most amazing campuses all over Europe, many of them private, many in communities just like Zionsville, where these communities take care of their own. They have jobs, they have the most beautiful housing, it's on the most beautiful campuses. Communities, corporations come in and they bring in jobs so that these kids can have jobs. And they may stay on that campus, or with those jobs, they may move to other campuses as they learn to become more independent. So my husband and I decided to start that. So in 2018, we started our own little campus. You should know that in the United States of America, our government, many years ago, had decided that because people with disabilities are at risk, you cannot have an isolated campus for just people with disabilities. So people ask me, why can't you do this on your own? We can't do it on our own. Our government would shut us down. The only way we could do this is to find a generous donor, development donor, who would work with us to design a campus that is integrated, that is fully integrated. If it is not, the government would shut us down. So when people say, well, we love Watch's Farm, thank you, we do too, and it's going to help amazing things for this community, they also need to understand how generous the support of the Hankies has been to allow us to do this, because it cannot be done unless it's done this way. So I want to explain what this campus is all about, because it's really kind of cool. If we look up, what we're going to see is a bunch of orchards. It's going to be ag tourism. And what does that do? Those of know us that we used to have fall festivals every year. We bring any family that has siblings with disabilities and those kids with disabilities. They come onto our campuses for free, and they have the most amazing fall festivals. They come from all over Indiana to do that. It is not just this community. That is going to bring in people that desperately want someone to see their kids, but they also want those siblings to be taken care of. We forget about the siblings, and the parents don't, because they're so involved in that child with a disability. Often the kids with a disability get unseen. With the rest of this, if you look in the northwest corner of that, you're going to see fields, baseball fields, because we're going to have opportunities for Special Olympics and the integration of sports between the development and ourselves. Now, you should know that when the Hankies developed this 25 acres with us, no taxpayer money is involved. We're not asking our town to give us a park. We're providing a park. We're providing that ag tourism as a nonprofit. We're providing a community to come in. We went to Indiana University for a grant. They gave us a $500,000 grant. The first thing they asked was, why would we do this for Zionsville? And I so proudly got to explain that for 26 years, we've been residents here. This is an amazing community. We have one of the largest Best Buddies in the country. We have people that are so incredibly intelligent that want to help. This is a community that can support something like this as a pilot program. And as we bring in high school interns, as we, by the way, integrated vocational with our high schools, as we bring people on the campuses, We expect many of those people to have a change of heart on what they want to do because they will be able to see what therapies are, be able to see what social services are. We will start to see our own children start to change their career paths. We've been doing this for 40 years. We've seen so many kids that had no idea what they wanted to do, but they say, well, now I want to be a therapist or a doctor, or I want to go into law to work with people with disabilities. So our community will start to see that there are other opportunities for them to be able to support more people with disabilities. We're going to have 8 greenhouses on this campus. I went to Purdue University, the ag department, and they were ecstatic on something like this. They have told us that they want to make this a center of excellence. They want to bring their professors, their grad students to our campus to start learning. It's modern ag. To be able to provide that dense, nutrient-dense food to all of our community, provide jobs to my adults with disabilities, bring in more interns. Currently, Watches Farm has had 4 people go to Purdue Ag School, and we're only 7 or 8 years old. I expect that to increase because we have so many families here that are just 1 and 2 generations away from farm. The Hankey development, 2018, I started talking with Steve Hankey. I knew we needed land, we needed help. And Steve kept saying, I don't know how, but I want to do something. Betsy would say, I just got to get my head wrapped around. This was a big deal for the Hankeys to do this. This is not a small undertaking. But they're the only ones that have taken us up on the offer. They're the only ones that see our children. That emotionally is a tough one for me because most people don't even see the kids. After high school, do you know where they go? Haley Hurst came up and said she's been with these kids forever, and you start to see the disparity happening. You start to see that your kid's not like other kids. They're not going to go on to get married. They're not going to go on to drive cars and go to college and have jobs unless we as a community come across and help them. The cool thing about Europe, why do they do it? Why do they create these communities all over Europe? Because they want to support their daughter or their son or their nieces and nephews or their grandchildren. I understand that there's a concern about rapid development. I am concerned about the rapid development. I am also concerned about the number of houses that go on. The leadership and the quality of housing that the Hankeys come with us is the reason why I would trust that what their development's going to do would be a benefit for our community. Their generosity is allowing for vocational training, not just for people with disabilities, but for all those kids coming out of high school that don't know where they want to go. We will be totally integrated on that. So what they're doing is they're providing all of these specialties for our community. So this is more than just a development, but it's offering Zionsville an opportunity to lead. Currently, Utah has raised $10 million to do the same thing. We just had a gala that we had to cut it off at 400 people, walking in a crowd of our community, hearing their stories, no matter who they are on the spectrum, just listening to their stories of how it's affected their families and how this is going to be a benefit to them. We had to cut it off at 400. We raised $300,000. We had 10 different states supporting us. Minnesota currently called us near Hormel, Mayo Clinic. They want one. We've got California. We've got South Carolina. Ohio has already been out and started taking this. What you don't know is in Carmel at Old Town, they came out before they even started building that to talk about the gardens. Up in Fishers, they've already started talking to us. We've got different communities. We've got the ISDA has come out and said, can we do something like this in Speedway? And we keep saying, let's build this pilot program. Let Zionsville lead. Let this be the community that shows our country what it's like to be integrated and to care about the people that everyone sees or doesn't see because they're invisible. This is a community that can do that. When we met with TAC, it was so wonderful to hear our fire department, to hear our engineers go, this is great. This is great. We may not be able to support it because of this, but we so support you guys. And they want to come up with new ideas. Our community is going to do the same. As I speak to people all over our community, they're like, what if, what if? We've started kind of a think tank as we start working employees. Well, can they do this? Can they do this? Can we get jobs for this? After they get a job, can we bring them over here? As we bring manufacturing back to this country, who's going to do these jobs? I'm going to tell you, these are not the people you think they are. Some of these people are so incredibly bright. They have degrees. They have advanced degrees. One has a master's degree. They just can't have jobs because they don't know how to work and they don't know how to interact. And that's something we can teach them, and that's something we do teach them. I encourage you to say yes. I think the world is watching. I know they are. This country is watching. We have an international presence. But I think Zionsville is the community that can start this and start the fire that goes throughout our country. So I encourage you to say yes.
Are there any questions? I guess at this point, we'd open up questions and comments from counselors for any of the petitioners, Kyle or Betsy.
Just a comment and maybe a question that maybe is more Mike. Sorry, Mike, putting you on the spot. First of all, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the vision. And thank you for making some accommodations in the plan that you showcased, that you listened to, some of the concerns, like many others have, including the folks who were here a bit earlier this afternoon. And we appreciate you trying to reduce density and removing townhomes and working on heightened density and all that. I do have a question, though, that is tied to density, but also tied to the height that you mentioned, 35 feet. In the current plan, which is the new airport study that was, what are you calling the airport?
Airport overlay.
Within the comprehensive plan that we have now.
Yes.
So my understanding is this certainly fits within that, and that's a very, does it not?
No, actually, staff concluded that the airport overlay recommends multifamily, actually. Single family is not recommended within the airport overlay, which is a part of the comprehensive plan. So as a result of that and other things, staff actually did not support the proposal because of inconsistency with the comprehensive plan.
That's the current comprehensive plan versus the draft of
The current comprehensive plan.
And with the draft of the comprehensive plan, is that not mixed residential?
It is, and the current draft comprehensive plan is supportive
Yeah,
of this
that's what I
project.
thought.
So tier 3, though, Mike says, limit to residential multifamily housing types and minor subdivisions of existing residential lots.
Currently.
Okay.
So they didn't, but obviously the Plan Commission saw fit to pass this with 6 votes and one abstaining.
Correct.
But within, so, and frankly, I prefer this over multifamily housing like lots of folks.
I think that's a safe assumption.
Yeah. So again, it's not so much that I don't believe that it's, again, consistent with what I said earlier. I think it's important that anything we do now, certainly leading into, the final couple of innings of the comprehensive plan, that it is in alignment with what the community has been sharing with us over the last 18 months. And this fits that. The question I have is about the height. I'm not saying that because I don't know the details of what carries over. There may not even be a height variance at all in the comprehensive plan, but in the airport plan with multi-use, there is a height limit because it's near an airport. And I don't know what it is. I think
Isn't
it may
it
be
50?
40 feet. I just want to make sure this 35 feet, I don't know if I want to make sure, but I'm curious to know what the current height is, and it may take you a minute to look that up, so we may have to kick to another question. I'm just interested in what the height is, because
Airport plan recommends low-rise campus style. It doesn't exactly mention the height that I see.
I thought there was a height provided, and again, I'm catching you a little off guard, so
Yeah.
I'll stop there. Maybe someone else can have a question, maybe Mike, and you can look.
There is a height restriction, Counselor, in the landing path that we fall under at the 35 feet.
Okay.
And as we are not in the landing path, but to clarify that, and then to elaborate on Mr. Dale's comments here, the mixed residential provisions of the proposed comprehensive plan identifies primary uses in the mixed residential as single-family detached dwellings, 2 to 4 units per acre. We are, as I mentioned, about 1.9 units per acre. When you combine that with the Bradley Ridge development to the west, and this land was purchased combined as a phased approach, we are down at 1.2 dwelling units per acre. So
Yeah, I appreciate fully that the density is even lower than the minimum allowed in the new plan. So thank you for that. It was really just a height question that I had because I thought it came up on a previous proposal around height, and I just wanted to.
I'm sorry, I don't have that information with me.
Okay.
we did also measure a barn structure south of the development and made sure to align with that barn and keep the 35 feet.
The barn used to be taller, you lowered it? Is that one of the concessions you made from
It
the
was, I
Plan
believe it was a
Commission?
50-foot
Yeah,
height
okay.
barn on the Watches Farm use block, now reduced to 35.
Okay. I did like with the Plan Commission that you had a very detailed discussion on ways to keep the project moving forward, but to have solid limitations and adjustments. And looking at your initial revisions, I appreciated many of those. I felt like it was, I'm honored to be able to vote yes for something that shows our town's character and giving hope to so many families that need it. But I also have to wear my counselor hat and say, we can't just willy-nilly do things. And so I very much appreciated getting your initial revisions page. It made me very comfortable that we're not just trying to push something through. And I thought, I just want to commend the Plan Commission for doing their job right. This time it's really evident to me when I looked at the revisions that were made. We had decrease in density, we had height restrictions, the barn was relocated, which was it was closer to the flight path. They're considering the residents along County Road 200 to have a similar streetscape. I think one thing we heard tonight, and I've always kind of tried to pull this in, because when I was someone sitting out in the audience and I would come and ask a question and then everyone held their meeting and I'd leave going, but what about my question? There was a man who spoke, again, I can look up your name, I'm so sorry. I think it was Gregory. He wanted to know have there been any concessions or thought to how to direct traffic away from 200? Is the newer, if you've moved the barn, is there some newer way to encourage Michigan Road? Have you, got a right out only or something? Have you done anything that you can help with that concern?
Yeah, so in conversations during TAC, and thank you for the introductory comments there, conversations during TAC, there was an alignment to make sure that the main entrance off of 200 was fully open from a security perspective for fire and safety. We also wanted to make sure that the entrance exit on 421 is aligned with the Bradley Ridge entrance so that there isn't an offset there. And ultimately discussions with continuing with the Highway Department and the state about what that entrance looks like. We want to make sure that that is supported depending on exactly whether that's signaled or otherwise in the future. Want to make sure that there's a facilitated exit entrance perspective, because we've also found that there are instances where community members in the Bradley Ridge community may want to, access the Maple Lane Club subdivision as well, and some of the Watches Farm interactions and community investments. We also relocated the entrance drive to the marketplace, Maple Lane Commons, further away from the intersection to alleviate some backup and traffic concerns at the intersection. That will be the sole public road as an open commercial area. The other access points are private streets with a gated entrance similar to what you see at Holiday Farms. And then, of course, there's a separate entrance to the Watches Farm use block. So In an effort to collaborate, we've tried to combine all of those comments, both from Mr. Holbrook, as well as during TAC, as well as the commercial motivations of Maple Lane, and try to align all of those as best we could into one motion. The recommendation of the Plan Commission was subject to resolution of TAC comments. I would recommend in line with the commitments that a condition of approval be resolution of TAC comments as well. And the petitioner is agreeable to that.
Are you done?
Yes, I am done for now.
Well, first of all, I have 0 questions about Watch Us Farm. You've done a wonderful job of presenting the opportunity. As a longtime volunteer at Lamb's Farm up in Chicago, I can tell you that these opportunities are transformative, and it's a very, very cool thing. So I have no questions about that. I do have some questions about the development itself, which I don't think we've spent as much time on. We've spent most of our time on Watch Us Farm. First of all, the commons. Tell me a little bit more about what that could be, because we know what's in front of Holiday Farms has gone through a couple of different iterations. What could it be? If right now it sounds like it's kind of just an open marketplace, but I'd like to have some confirmation going into approving a PUD that we know what that could look like.
So I think that speaks to the maturity of that use block. At one point, there was a use block where there was really this amorphous concept of neighborhood marketplace and residential, purposefully allowing for the townhome development there. With the removal of the townhome development, there is not a townhome permitted use in the Maple Lane Commons. In the exhibit to the PUD, which is Exhibit 4, the use table, as any PUD, includes all of the specific uses permitted in Maple Lane Commons use block. You will see that most of those uses are commercial uses. So I think that the best example, quaint farm to table, coffee shop, ice cream shop. The only element where you're going to have anything that isn't commercial would be that you'll see in the use block does allow dwelling single family. There's a situation where, and this is only a small acreage amount, it's about 8 to 10 acres in Maple Lane Commons. The total footprint is about 180 acres. So about 8 acres allowing for that neighborhood marketplace. In the event that there was any single family developed in Maple Lane Commons, any number of homes built in that use block would be reduced from any of the other solely single use blocks. So if Pine Gate has a restriction of 88 homes, but 8 of those were built in Maple Lane Commons, there would only be 80 in Pine Gate. So there's that relationship. So the uses, to get back to your question, purely small neighborhood commercial uses or a limited ability to build only single family homes that would reduce density in the other use blocks. No other uses permitted, and particularly not townhomes.
No gas stations, no, nothing that we wouldn't want in that area. Is that what you're suggesting?
Correct.
Okay, thank you for that. I have to agree with Mr. Holbrook. I have major concerns with traffic. You just brought into the discussion Bradley Ridge across the street, which is, 340 home sites? Is it 360, somewhere around that? So we're talking about now bracketing a 2-lane road. Granted, it's a U.S. highway.
282.
We're talking about now over 700 homes, or near 700 homes. Is there a traffic study that's going to tell me that we're not going to be dealing with major issues? Just pulling out on 200 South, as Mr. Holbrook pointed out, is already a daunting task. I've seen some horrific accidents there, and now we're talking about 700 more homes right there, condensed in that area. And quite honestly, this is urban level density. I know what the new comprehensive plan says, but this is not rural Zionsville the way I know it, the way many people that live up in that area know it. And so it's challenging. Like I mentioned earlier in the previous testimony that I made, it's very difficult to hear something as great as Watch Us Farm and then know that this is something that goes against what I think most of the people up in that area would want to see in that space. Again, knowing full well that the comprehensive plan is moving us in that direction. So again, back to the traffic study, anything that you can kind of share with us to make us feel a little bit more comfortable that we're not going to have major issues?
There was a traffic study, traffic impact study completed, submitted to staff as part of the Plan Commission meeting. There will be a improvement of the north half of County Road 200, including additional right-of-way dedicated, a full rebuild of the road. That was another concern of Mr. Holbrook's that I just want to make sure that is noted for the record. The jurisdiction of 421, of course, being a jurisdiction sort of outside the bounds of what Hinkie Development Group can impact. Certainly, there's a question of chicken and the egg, cart before the horse, of what sort of development that was heard in a prior testimony as well. The TAC comments address resolution of traffic and road impact and access at the different access points. So as I mentioned earlier, resolution of TAC comments to the satisfaction of the town of Zionsville as well as the County Highway Department will be a requirement before development plan approval. Ultimately, the alignment we found with the number of units here, we can really best juxtapose against what the current comp plan promotes. So the current comp plan promotes campus-style multifamily. There really isn't that sort of product existing in the town of Zionsville. You could argue there's some of that development in Whitestown, so at least in Boone County here. At our review of that density, it's probably about 5 dwelling units per acre, and so we're left in a position of if a developer wants to come to this 180 acres and develop what the comp plan promotes, we'd have much higher density than the current project is affording, and so that there's an interplay and a balance between traffic, density, preserving what this land allows for, having land use be a response to the best use for the land, and then letting development concerns mature around that, and that really results in eventual improvement of these 2 access roads. Thank you, Councilor, for considering that response.
Appreciate your response.
Sure.
My glasses
Hopefully it's a good one here, Councilor.
Better be. I want to go back to Tim's point, his question on Maple Lane Commons. I just want to make sure I'm crystal clear and I understand exactly what we're talking about here, because the presentation shows some very quaint little shops but the truth is, I think, what I heard you say is that could be houses instead. It would reduce the density of another area, but the shops may not ever come to fruition. Did I hear that right?
So ultimately, the subdivision and the community is supported by the effort to bring commercial uses here. And similar to the efforts to bring commercial to Holiday Farms, which has been successful, Hinkie's vision is supported by an ability to have that neighborhood commercial, the commercial marketplace ultimately.
Sure. My concern is the council comes under attack when we, approve these PUDs, and it gives the developer the freedom to do something other than what was proposed. And I don't like that. And so to the extent that that is not a guaranteed project, if you will, for that section of the overall project.
I wanted to come right from Betsy here.
And I genuinely appreciate that concern. We want this to be a quaint marketplace. We control architecture review of every single structure, every single house that has gone up in any of our communities we have looked at before they've ever come to be permitted here. Same with every commercial building. We've gone through it, we've vetted it, we've seen brick tile, brick samples. That's what we do. And then further, for things that, that you're maybe concerned with of being approved in a PUD, we had that happen with Holiday. We spent tremendous amount of time going through a PUD, which actually had 2-story, high-end, all brick, multifamily, that was frankly like going to be half full with like teachers and some of our own staff. But it had a lot of pushback, and we pulled that. We paid all of their fees, cost us $340,000 for the people that had spent money investing in that, and we removed it from our PUD. So, I say that in terms of, that's our commitment to these projects. We know that oftentimes that, something might seem like that in a lot of projects, and I get that. We've been around it a long time, but this is an area that we want it to be quaint. We want, it's our hope that we have a successful business right next to something that could be used with Watch's Farm, or something those individuals can work at. That's really our intent, and that's why we've also made it that if that weren't to happen, that the residential supplements that, and it doesn't take away, and it doesn't cause any concern of the density, that we've been discussing. So truly, it is our intent that it mimics that, it has that feel. We're preserving the old red barn that's always decorated north of this, and we want that character to be, coming through. Throughout all of the changes that we've made, that's been our intent. I think you would find that residents in the area, certainly I understand not everybody always wants to see new things happen, but they've been truly very, very supportive and very helpful. We've reoriented, I don't know how many houses, so that they're facing away, so there's some consistency. We've reoriented things on 421. We'll make major improvements on 421, just like we have elsewhere. So our commitment's real, and and we continue to do that with every single project we do.
Okay, I have a...
Hold on a second. Joe, did you have any other follow-up on that?
No, I appreciate that, and your group is top-notch. I have the utmost respect for the Hankey Group. The way you guys dealt with Bradley, I thought was exceptional. You care, you give back, you listen, all that. I'm just talking about, this presentation has, some really cool concepts in it that are put in there to sell us on the project, and they may never happen. And it's just, when I sat out there and I was campaigning, it's one of the things that I heard from a lot of constituents that, the council grants these PUDs, and there's really nothing that binds the developer to do what it is that they're selling us on. So, and I'm not accusing you guys of anything. I'm just making a point.
Yeah, we heard that comment as well. I think it's a really great comment, Counselor. The reason why we heard it is because we stood at a Plan Commission meeting, we stood at a neighborhood meeting where residents and neighbors along 421 were worried we would sell you on a vision of a neighborhood marketplace and convert it entirely to townhomes. And we'd have a maximum of, I think it was 55 townhomes there. And that's the density that is not supported, right? So where does Hinkey see the development attracting users? It's attracting users by the quality of their development, but also the interconnectivity of it and the variety of uses. And the variety of uses offered by the neighborhood marketplace is that commercial corridor. So we've tried to listen to that exact same concern, respond to it, build in a little bit of flexibility where we're not parsing lines between use blocks, but making sure that there's still that, that promotion of that neighborhood marketplace. So again, thank you for the thought and listening to our response.
So did I hear you right that you're afraid, okay, is the drawing that we are looking at, that has 360 homes?
Yes.
So if they take the marketplace out, their initial revisions that they've made a promise to do that we will add in the way we pass this, says that they can't go over the number of housing that they already have. Like, it's spelled out.
Oh, Sarah,
right?
That's not my concern. I'm just talking about the impression that, there's the drawing.
Yeah.
And it's got 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, what I'm assuming are retail type, that may never be there. It's just very different. And so I just want to make sure that that's been talked about. because, you know, the holiday thing has, you know, been talked about, you know, and that kind of thing. And
I
that's
thought
just-
your fear was that it would be replaced with housing, and that's where I was thinking, doesn't this limit it from being replaced
It
with
does, and I
anything
heard
except the
that.
shopping?
I heard that loud and
Okay.
clear. I like the idea that there's gonna be something there.
Yeah.
I mean, I live on 200. It'd be really cool to drive, you know, 300 feet and get some ice cream. That'd be awesome. And, you know, that's it. That's my point. You know,
Okay.
I would hate to see that go away because it's an opportunity for 9, you know, or so stores to be there, a convenience store. It'd be really nice to not have to drive all the way into Kroger, you know,
Yeah.
from our
So,
place.
so with any modification to a PUD, that modification would have to come back to the town council for approval. So I guess, hearing Joe's questions and concerns, would there be an appetite for you guys to remove any of the residential opportunity there, knowing that even if you wanted to put homes there, if the businesses don't come, you still have to come to the town council for approval anyway? Right? I mean, it's, as it is right now, your intent is to have this commercial area.
Correct.
And or maybe not commercial, but this market area, but you could theoretically amend the PUD, come back to the town council for approval, and put in homes. And I guess what Joe's saying is, you wouldn't want that, and maybe you're more apt to support this, knowing, or maybe other counselors are more apt to support this, knowing that we're approving it as is right here. We can remove any residential component, any modifications still have to come back to us anyway.
Happy to answer that question, but if there's a counselor discussion that needs to be had.
I think just to clarify one aspect, I think that they don't have to come back and ask for permission to build single-family homes because single-family dwellings are a permitted use under Exhibit 4 of the use block. So they're permitted to do it by right, just like at Holiday, they're permitted to do townhomes by right because it was a permitted use within the use block. So,
Even though there's a number?
yeah, they can do it as long as they can, you know, confide with all the other issues. So I just want to clarify that they don't have to come back to put single-family dwellings there. Am I saying that correctly?
You are.
But would they have to come back to go over 360?
Absolutely.
Correct. Oh,
That's
yeah.
what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, but to clarify Jason's point about if they have to come back to put homes in, which I know doesn't address the overarching issue, which is, will you remove single-family dwellings from the permitted uses under, I think that's what we're asking.
From that one corner?
I mean, if that's a deal maker or breaker, is that something you guys would be willing to do? And I'm not saying you have to, because I don't know that it is a deal breaker or maker, I'm just saying, seems to
Would
be.
do you feel like you wouldn't vote for this if it doesn't have 9 chances of being
I have to
retail?
state, I love the fact that Watchus Farm is going to have the opportunity to do something like this. You know, 3 words rang out when Janice gave her presentation. Let Zionsville lead. I love that. I want to be the leader in a lot of different things. I think it's good for the town. I think it's great for the segment of the population that we want to serve. And I know that this community wants to serve that segment of the population. I really like the project with that small commercial element on Michigan Road. I don't like it as well, knowing that it could just become a dozen more houses, even if they go away in another area. It's an element of the project that makes it a cooler concept. You've got so much in this community. I mean, with that, it feels like a community. Without it, it feels like a housing addition that is accommodating Janice and their group. Not just, you know what I mean, all the people that does. So that's my point. And, you know, I would probably still vote for it, but I sure would like it a heck of a lot more if I knew that piece would stay as it's presented to us.
I think in general, having sat through a number of these, in general, I like the idea of having more control in PUDs of accepted use language. Just in my experience, because the more we can control it, the better. So I do agree with Joe. I love this piece of it. I also understand there's a density question, and if you put homes there, you got to take them out somewhere else. But it's right on the corner too. I mean, there's something about where this is located at a major intersection of 200 and 420. I think it sets a tone, and I like this a lot better than houses. I would love to see it in there. That single-family homes would be removed from accepted use. I don't know how y'all feel about that, but I would like to see that.
The petitioner will remove the ability to build single-family in the Maple Lane Commons. So that would be a removal of that permitted use on Exhibit 4, and there'll be a deletion of some text in 12.1 that speaks to that variable number.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
And just for perspective, we often include some of those things that if, for instance, it doesn't get developed or there's not market demand for that, we don't like those little pockets to sit vacant next to beautiful residential. And so that's just for your own purposes. That's typically why we include that as a supplement, so that you don't have neighbors upset, maybe when we're all gone, That's the only reason we have that in there. But we're happy to take that out. Thank you.
And I'm assuming there are other acceptable uses in there too that could be maybe supplemental if that didn't happen, or no? Is it really just, that's the fallback with?
Yeah, it's limited.
And you could come forward to the council to have an amended PUD, right? If in fact 3-4 years from now, it's just not happening the way you hoped.
Always come back and do a text amendment.
Greg, did you have something?
I was just going to point out the free market part of everybody, free market, but it sounds like you really want your ice cream, so that's all right. We get
We'll do
it.
our best.
Actually, the
Maybe a
reason,
lemonade stand.
there's got to be a boutique restaurant in there that features the things that Watches Farm is growing. I mean, how does that not work?
Yeah, that's our hope, absolutely.
Yeah.
That was it. It was-
Run by you, of course.
Oh, of course. Yep, I'll be out there.
Any
No,
other
I'm
questions?
Thank
excited.
you for that concession.
I'm excited that you did that concession as well. However, my angle was the free market part. If
if
I'd
it's
much
not
rather
there.
be houses than a vacant piece of land that,
I think we all would.
If we change this use,
We're checking. May I have the floor?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make a couple of comments about this particular project. I'm going to sit up here. I'm not going to stand up here. I'm going to champion this project for a number of reasons. I think the Watch Us Farm aspect has been adequately covered during this portion, but the other things I want to address here are the development aspects of the project. I think that any community within central Indiana would be chomping at the bit to get a Hinkie development project. We are fortunate enough to have 2, potentially 3 approved Hinkie development projects within our town with average build prices of, do you have that number?
I think Holiday's close to 900 million AV, single family.
900 million in assessed value,
Yeah.
close to it, with Holiday Farms. That being said, when we talk about things like SB1, which we talk about, obviously, the overhaul of property taxes, incumbent with all that conversation is that as the state shifts away from property tax revenue, they're going to look towards alternative funding sources, which, in my opinion, I believe local income tax will become that much more important. In these types of communities built by Hinkie, you tend to have people with high incomes to afford the $900 million in assessed value of homes in places like Holiday. So, with that, I think we can think of this from both the feel-good story, obviously. I don't want to degrade, it's not the right word, but I don't want to diminish the value of the Watch Us Farm, but I think we need to talk about the economic impact of having this specific type of development in this part of the community. The other things that I want to note very quickly are we got a 6-0 unanimous approval recommendation for approval from our Planning Commission, which seems to be more rare these days. I also want to add that when we talk about, there's one party in particular that's not here today, that I fully expected when this project started to hear from, and that was the executive airport. I don't see Mr. Sachs or anyone with the executive airports here today to remonstrate against this project. My thinking being, and my understanding is that this entire project falls within Tier 3 of the runway protection, I call it the runway protection zone plan.
Airport land use plan.
The airport land use plan, which Tier 3, and I studied this ad nauseum over the weekend, Tier 3 is designated for multifamily campus housing. And the primary consideration that I can gather from that, and Mike, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but that is because of noise considerations and because multifamily dwellings are more better equipped to handle noise, right? The difference is this project stops right on the edge of the Tier 2 versus Tier 3. Tier 2 is a designation which talks about the flight patterns of the planes, and it presents a serious hazard, right? And it says we should have no future developments other than existing in Tier 2 space. Well, this project clearly falls within Tier 3, which only talks about noise reduction. I didn't see anything about the flight path or safety considerations with regard to planes crashing into buildings. And, for those reasons, and the simple fact that I think through this whole process, I checked my email, so don't quote me, but I don't know if I got, other than Mr. Holbert's comments today, I don't think I got a letter of remonstrance, or I saw some letters that were attached to the planning commissions that talked about, we love the project, we love the project, we have a problem with density, we love the project, we love the project, we love Hinkey's product, we have a problem with density, and that's all I heard. So for all those considerations and all those readings, including most importantly to me, the airport study, that this falls in Tier 3, not Tier 2, or even a portion of it doesn't fall into Tier 2, I think this project, I support this project. I think it needs to be approved tonight for all the reasons that we've all discussed. And now I will get off my soapbox. Thank you.
And we have confirmed it doesn't have to go back to the Plan Commission if you can approve a written commitment and follow the traditional commitment requirements. So.
Any other comments or questions from councilors?
May I seek some clarification? With regard to the traffic impact study, the October staff report indicates that the most recent engineering comment letter was dated September 9th. And within the September 9th engineering letter, it mentions that DPW had not yet received a traffic study. So I just wanted to confirm, or whether you know for certain whether or not a traffic study has indeed been submitted.
I can confirm it's been completed and submitted.
Okay.
Looking at the dates, so September 15th would have been the first Plan Commission meeting. I believe it was submitted after the first Plan Commission meeting, so it would have been after TAC comments.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commented about it.
Correct, because there was a comment during the Plan Commission first public hearing on the 15th, whether or not we had completed one. It was in draft form. We completed it, submitted it to the Plan Commission, so they had that prior to the October meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else from councilors? I think I would just say this is certainly a little bit interesting, right? Even these two proposals that we've had today, I mean, may not align with the current comprehensive plan, may align with the draft plan, assuming the draft plan's approved. I think I've had concerns with development in this area for quite some time, and in fact, when this proposal was even first brought to me back in October of last year, I was hesitant to support or even engage it, to be honest, just because of the other development opportunities that were up there and the other development proposals that were coming through, and the reasons that I've been not as supportive of development up there largely center around the airport study, the use, the flight paths, et cetera, et cetera. I appreciate, removing the townhomes from the proposal. I do appreciate the lower density as we talk about the Tier 3 versus Tier 2 in the airport plan. Certainly, appreciate significantly lower density than what is supported in the airport plan now, and I don't think anybody up here wants to see what's in that plan. I didn't particularly like it when it first came out, but And to Counselor Norris's point, lack of demonstration, against it, and I do feel like, again, both of these plans have worked to, try to blend both comprehensive plans within their proposals. I don't have the concern of traffic up there. I know some do. I don't live there. I don't see it as much as they do. I do know that 421 is difficult and 200 can be as well. But, it's a unique opportunity. It's a unique proposal. And, I certainly appreciate you guys working with folks to get to where we are, so. Any questions from counselors? Anything else? Otherwise, I would entertain a motion.
I'd like to take a motion, or make a motion to approve ordinance 2025-24 with
Yeah.
with written commitments and TAC resolution commentary.
And
Well, can,
removal of the single-family dwellings
And removal of, you wanted to do it, is that what you're saying?
from the common use block.
I'll.
Oh, it's yours, Sarah, so removal from the common use
And
block.
removal of single-family homes from the common use block. What are you trying to, commons use block, yeah. Did I say that right?
Yes.
Good with that, Mike? Are you good with that, Heather? All right, so I have a motion by Counselor Sampson.
Second.
A second from Counselor Melton. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you.
Thank you, councilors.
Up next on the agenda is a consideration of the non-DLGF budget. This is ordinance 2025-25. We have Mayor Stair here to walk through this with us. Yeah, we'll do one after this. We'll do it after this if you want. This should be pretty quick, I would imagine.
Been quite a night so far. The 2026 budget has been approved and uploaded to the Department of Local Government Finance. So the next step is for us to consider the non-DLGF budget. This is a budget that consists of funds that are fee-based and that comes to us from things like grants, donations, and bond proceeds. The non-DLGF budget does not include any tax dollars. And I know that councilors know this. This is, for the benefit of the public that I'm going through the basics here. It is important to note that any non-DLGF budget will almost always show greater expenditures than estimated revenues year over year, because these funds tend to sit and accumulate until expenses come up, and the dollars must be appropriated to cover them. So that being said, here's what we are proposing for 2026. Revenues of just under $7.4 million and expenses approaching $11.5 million. Now, for perspective, we did include a little bit of history here, going back to 2023 to show progression over the years. Our administration has tried to be more prudent over the last few years, as evidenced in the 2025 non-DLGF budget and what is proposed for 2026. As we look through the expenditures, there are a couple of things that may jump out that I want to clarify. And the first is the bottom bullet point there, the golf course construction. The golf course management agreement states that $100,000 is to be appropriated each year from the golf course operating fund specifically for capital improvements. Now, that money is not always used and must be approved by the Parks Board before it can be spent, and anything used from this line item must be matched dollar for dollar by the golf course management company. Also, at the top there, the top bullet point, there is $1.2 million in wastewater operating improvements, and then the middle point, $1.6 million for wastewater infrastructure. Both of these are part of the bond project to expand and improve the wastewater treatment plant. The revenues in our non-DLGF budget are about 10% more than last year due to a couple of things: an increase in wastewater and wastewater availability fees. Now, this is not from raising those fees, but from collecting more from customers, and also revenue generated from registrations and fees collected by the Parks Department. Also, the Parks Department will receive a minimum of $50,000 from the Golf Course Management Company, half of which goes to its non-reverting operating fund, and the other half goes to the Golf Course Fund to be used for future capital improvements. So that is what I have on the non-DLGF budget, and Cindy is here if you have any technical questions concerning what's there.
Are there any questions from counselors? I would point out this is a first reading of the ordinance, just like the next one will be a first reading. The next three will be first readings. I certainly, know we've got a pretty heavy lift at the end here. If there's a lot of questions, great. If not, we can certainly introduce this on first reading, come back and do it at the middle of the month.
Yeah, and this is a public hearing.
Oh, that's right, I have to do that. This is a public hearing. I approve for publication of the public hearing at this point. I will open the public hearing. If there's any members of the public, just did that so you guys would wake up. Any members of the public who would like to speak? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing.
Can I ask a question? I had some people asking me about the wastewater improvements. Did we have any kind of timing on when that project was projected to start? And do we foresee needing any expenditures for next year's budget? Or was this something that would wrap
I'm going
up?
to defer to Lance
Okay.
on that.
Excuse me, and I brought along with me Mr. Danny Stogsdill, head of our utility. So this is the implementation of the funding plan that you saw about a year ago when we presented both the capital plan to improve operations at the wastewater treatment plant. That drove the rate, which then you adopted. And in that Crow summary, you saw both these figures as future expectations. We believe the project is behind schedule. We'd like to be on this further along than we are right now, but we are looking to complete design in the next few months and then begin construction activities in the spring.
And how long would these construction activities be projected to go?
And do you have a thought? Generally, a year,
Okay. And
a year minimum.
And I was told it's the same footprint, but improvements being made within the same footprint?
Well, we're not enlarging the property the wastewater treatment plant sits on, but we do have new buildings going up on the property.
Oh, okay, new buildings. Well, there was some neighborhood meetings that they had specifically started to talk about this. So when eyes looked at me, I wanted to be able to actually answer them. But thank you.
Okay.
But you don't foresee more expenditures in next year? Does this, you said these were the two amounts that we had seen in the study.
Correct, these will all be
a year ago.
2026 expenditures, and then you will see, probably beginning next meeting, the bond preparation process for
Right.
the sewage works bond to fund the rest of the project.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Appreciate that.
Any other questions from counselors? Having none, I would move to introduce on first hearing ordinance 2025-25. A second from Vice President Burke. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7 in favor, 0 opposed. Do you guys want to hear the next two and take a break, or do you want to take a quick break now?
I don't care.
I'd like to take a quick break if we can.
Okay, John, do you mind, can we shut it down for about 5 minutes and come back? You good with that? right, and John, just give me a thumbs up back there whenever we're hot again. We're good? All right. All right, thank you for that little break. Up next on the agenda for new business is a consideration of the 2020-26 salary ordinance. This is a first reading, ordinance-2025-26. We have Joe Keel, Director of Human Resources. Good evening, Joe.
I can read it line by line, or?
Well, I would just ask if there are questions from counselors. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory, so.
Yep.
Got a couple questions real quick. I don't recall the safety committee situation, but those are being deleted, right? The stipend is being
The
deleted?
safety committee was reconstituted.
Okay.
And I'm leading it now, and there's not going to be a stipend.
Okay, great. And then I had another question, I see Division of Fleet Services, and then I see Fleet Mechanic 2. That's essentially the 1 and then the 2, right? Or is there a Fleet Mechanic 1?
There isn't today, but there may be in future years. There may be a 1 and a 2, or a 1, 2, and a 3. But we're trying to create a growth path for the 1 mechanic that we do have. In this case, a 2 is better than a 1. Does that help?
It does. That's my questions.
I have just one. The 2% increase, is that a pool of money? In other words, can high performers get a little more while others
No,
get?
it's a flat 2% across the board.
Would love to see pay for performance, but.
Any other questions or comments for Joe?
Are we okay timing-wise to pass this and on first reading and then hear it at the next reading? I just want to make sure that we don't need to suspend the rules or anything
No,
for
that's
your
fine.
purposes.
No.
Okay.
All right. If there's no other questions, I'd make a motion to introduce on first reading ordinance 2025-26.
Second.
A second from Counselor Norris. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Joe. Up next is a consideration of an ordinance approving a letter agreement between Town of Zionsville and Citizens Energy. This is a first reading, ordinance 2025-27. We have Jeff Willman, Vice President, Water Operations, and Laura, is it Topin, Senior Legal Counsel for Citizens, available? While they're coming up, I would just remind council, this is a first reading as well.
Thank you, Mr. President. Jeff and I are here on behalf of Citizens Wastewater Utility that provides wastewater service in and around the city of Westfield. Specifically, we are respectfully requesting that the council pass and adopt ordinance number 2025-27, which would approve a letter agreement between the town of Zionsville and Citizens, which would give Citizens the exclusive right to provide wastewater utility service in an area that we refer to as the Boone County CTA area, and a map of that area has been included as an exhibit to the ordinance. And also, in addition, with your materials, we have some information providing some background related to this transaction and some information in support of it. And I would just like to highlight a few of those details here this evening. First of all, currently, Hamilton Southeastern Utilities has the existing certificate of territorial authority to provide the wastewater service in this area. HSC was granted this right by the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission back in 2009. Earlier this year, we were approached by HSC to see if we would be interested in requiring the CTA and then becoming the provider to serve this area. And we've had ongoing discussions with HSC, and recently we entered into an agreement with them to transfer the CTA from Hamilton Southeastern Utilities to Citizens. However, that transfer agreement is subject to the parties obtaining the necessary approvals. One of those approvals is obtaining the town of Zionsville's approval, and then also if we are able to get approval from the town of Zionsville, we would then move forward with filing a proceeding with the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission. And while we're hopeful that we're able to obtain these necessary approvals, in the event we were unsuccessful, the way wastewater service would be provided would go back to the status quo, and HSC would retain the rights to serve the area, and then Citizens has committed to working with HSC to become a wholesale provider to HSC, and then HSC would become the retail, or remain the retail provider in this area. Now, really, this transaction involves acquiring the rights to serve the area because currently there is no wastewater infrastructure in this area. And because there's no infrastructure right now, we don't have any wastewater customers in the area as well. However, that is soon to be changing because the Bradley Ridge development is underway. And so they will be needing wastewater service. So we have been coordinating with HSC as well as Hankey to extend service to Bradley Ridge. And we want to make sure that we're able to get the infrastructure construction in time to be able to serve that development in the upcoming year. And then also, we want to make sure that we get through the IURC process in time to be able to serve that development. Citizens is well positioned to be the service provider to this area. As you may see in the maps that's been provided with your materials, our Westfield wastewater service area is directly adjacent to this service area. We have a treatment plant that is conveniently located kind of in the center of these two service areas. That treatment plant has sufficient capacity to serve both of those areas. The transfer of the CTA area will be beneficial because we will be able to not only support the growth that is happening in the form of the Bradley Ridge development, but we will also be able to support growth as it is approved by the town of Zionsville. So as you approve developments, then we would stand ready to extend service in accordance with our terms and conditions for service. And then finally, we think having Citizens be the service provider to this area will be a benefit to the customers in this area because Citizens already provides water service and gas service to this area. So this would allow customers to receive a combined utility bill for wastewater, water, and gas, and then also customers would then be able to receive the same customer service offerings that we make available for all three of these utilities. And so with that, Jeff and I are available to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions from counselors?
I'll start. Okay, so you guys meet HSE, but they have the area that would include Hankey. What would it mean? So wholesale, and then they're the retail. What would it look like if you got to the homeowner, let's say, that if you guys had that, if we voted yes and gave that right to you, what would, is it no difference to the homeowner? Is it better for the homeowner if you are the wholesaler selling directly to them? Can you speak to that? I mean, I'm just concerned about what I'm going to hear when the phone starts ringing.
Well, if we were to be the service provider, then our current rates and charges that are on file with the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission would also apply to provide service in this area. And that includes not just our charges for service, but then we also have connection fees as well. And so one advantage that Citizens has is our connection fees are lower than some of the area utilities. So when I talk about connection fees, I mean the cost for each individual home to connect to provide service. Oftentimes, maybe that's paid by the developer as they're building new homes. And so our connection fee, I believe, is around $2,000, and I think that may be about half when compared to maybe other utilities in the area. And then, I don't want to speak for the other utilities, but I can say that our average residential bill, I think, is around $55 a month.
Yeah, that's where I was going. If you guys are control it all, I mean, I would think that if you're selling it to someone else and they're marking it up, it would probably be more costly to the homeowner than if we gave it to you and just let you deal directly with it.
I would also add, too, So this would be an extension of our Westfield service area. So we already serve over 21,000 customers in the city of Westfield. So then that just gives us a greater customer base to spread our costs over. Not to mention a lot of our back office functions, we spread those costs over all of Citizens Utilities. And so we just have the ability to we have those built-in economies of scale that we can spread our costs over to help keep costs to our ratepayers lower.
Do we have any idea, you said $55 kind of as a guesstimate. Do we know what HSE, what they're currently paying?
That's what I was trying to figure out.
No service.
HSE has no service.
Oh, yeah,
So
nothing
we've
there.
got this, and again, this is a
Right.
first ordinance, or first reading, right? So we can move this and come back next meeting. But I do just want to be clear, so if you read Exhibit B, it does talk about, to her point, in November of 2009, the IURC granting, certificate of authority to HSE. And then in 2014, the then Town Council President, Jeff Papa, essentially revoked previous exercise of the option for Zionsville to have this. This goes back to conversations we've had just about this land, and I'm not saying that I'm supportive or not supportive. I certainly appreciate Mr. Pittman's perspective earlier. I have heard time and time again, having been on the council for 8 years, people talk about opportunities missed. And I don't know if this is an opportunity missed or not. So, I mean, I'm comfortable moving this to the next meeting with the understanding that over the next few weeks, we have an opportunity to just talk through, what happens if that Zionsville resident does request service and we are able to provide, or we do have a conversation with someone about providing it. With all this development going on up at the airport, it certainly would seem like it's a, or let me rephrase it, with all of the consideration with the comprehensive plan around the airport, certainly would seem like there would be, conversation that we would want to continue to engage in, so.
I have a question for tonight, though, if that would be okay if I ask one.
Sure.
So I was under the impression that one of the reasons, and this is my opinion, I have not been told this, one of the reasons we had HSE be our CTA is to slow growth. And my impression is that bringing on the utilities would make it more advanced. And there are parts of this area that I look at that we're ready to have the sewer lines come to. And then there are other parts where we have many people that are trying not to have growth. And it makes me want to know if we can split our CTA in half. Is that possible? Or, and still have, maybe you take the eastern portion of this area? And then the other question would be, are you the type of utility that requires people to hook up as you extend your line? Or is that as their finger system fails? Or is it at will? Is it subsidized? I just asked 5 questions, I think, so I'll stop.
Yeah.
We may want to.
Well, you did mention earlier, though, that if this doesn't go through, that HSE would still be the service and you guys would be the provider for HSE. So I think from a development perspective, that's, I mean,
That's why I wondered if,
that ship sailed. It's
okay,
gonna
so
be-
could it be cut in half, would be my first question.
But they would still provide to HSE.
If we could split our CTA, I know, but then it becomes, someone has to request it, but when you hold it, am I wrong? When you hold it, you can expand, but when you are a wholesaler, it has to be requested, correct?
Yeah, and I'm Jeff Wallman. I'm Vice President of Water Operations for Citizens Energy Group. And all very good questions, but I think some of them best addressed up front by HSC. And so I think Corby.
Thank you. For the record, I'm Corby Thompson, the president of Hamilton Southeastern Utilities, and we do have the CTA in this area, and for reasons I'd be happy to discuss with you, Personally, we don't have to have them out here in front of everybody, but it's a business reason that we're doing this. Our system development charge is $4,150 per lot. That's what we charge a developer before they go in. Our monthly fee is $39.79 per month. Those are subject to change as we go back to the IURC. We are highly regulated. The regulatory world is really crazy when you get into utilities. Citizens is regulated, but differently from us. We are investor-owned. We are well-capitalized. We have other territories. We had 30,000 customers in Fishers that we sold to them a couple years ago. We are prepared to serve this area. We have already acquired close to 1.5 miles of force main easement to serve the Bradley Ridge. We've been in negotiations for over a year with various peoples, and we have those in place. So we are pursuing this, and we are continuing to pursue serving this to provide service to Bradley Ridge. The Maple Lane project you just approved, 400 new customers, they're heading our way. We don't typically leapfrog development. It's very expensive. Sanitary sewers are extremely expensive. You just approved a project, and the town of Zionsville knows that. So we usually, as projects come to us and they're adjacent to systems, we extend at that time. Actually, the developer extends it, again, to that expense. We do participate in oversizing costs. We do participate with the developers through their system development charges. Hinkie, through Bradley Ridge, has already signed an agreement with us for service. They have paid their system development charges, $688,000 they've already paid to us that we are holding. In the event we transfer this to Citizens, all those dollars will go to Citizens. Citizens' system development charge is less than ours. That is to be sure, but ours is set. IURC has set it, and that's just the way it is that. If the town of Zionsville or the IURC does not approve this transfer, we'll keep it, and we'll serve the area. So. Any more? I'll answer any questions. We've been with the mayors there, and we've been very transparent, and your Department of Public Works for, gosh, we first met a year and a half ago, so.
So my only question is really quite simple. I just want to make sure that we're getting the best deal we can for the residents of Zionsville. So we've tossed around some numbers in terms of hookup and monthly charges. Is there any way that we're going to be able to see maybe a competitive, because I know Trico is pretty competitive as well, or is that something as HSC you say, hey, this is our call, we get to pick our partner?
Well, I like to be collaborative, but we do hold the Certificate of Territorial Authority. Right. Has been granted by the IRC, and we're going to be stingy about that.
Okay.
We're just not going to just let that go.
So we kind of get the deal that we get.
Happy to talk to you. I mean, and with Citizens as well. If you want things extended sooner, we would talk about that. If you don't want them, yeah, we're open and transparent.
So I don't know that I feel like I've been enlightened to the answers to my questions.
Okay.
So you want to sell?
It is our desire to sell this CTA to Citizens, yes.
Okay. And we cannot take the CTA back from you?
No.
And, okay. But if you get turned down by IRUC and someone asks for service in the middle of the rural area, what happens?
They have to come and get it. They would have to pay to extend that in that leapfrog system. And so it's hard to happen because it is so expensive. Typically, we do develop adjacent in a stair-step manner, which stands to reason. Sanitary sewers are the most expensive, especially out in this area. The ravines and so forth, the number of lift stations we're going to have. Our original CTA anticipated a new sewage treatment plant on Little Eagle Creek, right in the middle of where Bradley Ridge is.
Yeah.
Nobody wants that.
No.
We don't want it. You don't want it. So Citizens has the closest plant with availability. That's why we worked with them.
And isn't there already too many releasing into Eagle Creek at
I don't
some
know where the
point?
release point is. It's
I'm
east of
thinking
there. It's quite a bit east.
Trico and Zionsville release onto Eagle Creek as it is. I don't know what the limit is on the same creek, so. All right, that's all my utility knowledge, guys.
Quick question. So if we approve this, say it approves tonight, you guys take it to the IURC, they're the next hurdle? That's it?
They're the final approval
So
on the
they're-
transfer.
And I guess what's the likelihood that they would approve it? It seems like pretty logical to me that they would approve it based on what you just mentioned, the treatment plant, and then obviously being adjacent to this property.
Citizens is a good operator. Well, there's one other body as well, the Office of the Utility Consumer Counselor, and they're looking at rates, and their whole focus is the customer. And they'll get their eyes on this as well when the IURC does, and they'll weigh in on that.
Great.
Yeah, if this were to come to fruition, we would serve this area with the same rates, rules, regulations that we have in place in the city of Westfield. Our track record's been very strong in Westfield. We were asked to acquire that system back in 2014. We did, have worked very closely with the town in terms of what they want to have happen and then be in a position to support that. We don't want to be a limiting factor, but the town will determine where the sewers extend and what gets developed. And so I think there's been, we've more than doubled the customer base in Westfield since the time of acquisition, and that's what they wanted to do. If there is little growth, if there's no growth, whatever you want to happen there is what we will do and serve. And then I think the Regulatory Commission we feel confident that presenting this to the commission, they would receive this well. There's been a desire to promote some consolidation within the water and wastewater industries. It's, the general concept is if you can use one plant to serve two communities, that's good, right? And you can leverage those assets and reduce the discharge points to rivers and streams and so forth. So we feel confident that if we get the approvals, we go forward with the regulatory approval, get that done. And we're kind of behind the gun in terms of getting the lines extended to serve Bradley Ridge. So it's kind of a timely issue.
Any other questions from counselors? Again, this is a first reading.
Yeah, it's a first reading, so I apologize that tonight you just happened to pick probably the busiest agenda in my 2 years that I've been on the council. So unfortunately, this has been kind of lost in the weeds with all these other projects going on, but I look forward in the next 2 weeks because we're just introducing it on first reading, so I look forward in the next 2 weeks to discussing with Lance and others, and hopefully you all, about what all this means and concerned citizens as well, so. I think, yep.
Yep.
You want to make a motion?
Yeah, please.
I move that we introduce on first reading ordinance 2025-27.
Second.
I have a first from Counselor Norris, second from Counselor Melton. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7 in favor, 0 opposed. All right. Thank you. Up next on the agenda is the South Village / Zionsville Gateway Road realignment. Up first, we have the A&F Engineering presentation from Steve Fairbach, President of A&F Engineering.
Trevor's going to work the slides for me, so he's getting set up. You good to go? Real quick, I'm Steve Fairbach with A&F Engineering, President at A&F Engineering, and with me is Jeff Hill, my Vice President in charge of road design, and Trevor Wright, he's my senior traffic engineer that did a lot of the work on this. We were hired by the city, well, let's back up a little bit. We've done quite a bit of work for you guys, the impact fee study and things like that. And we first started looking at this, I think probably close to 10 years ago. Different administrations asked us to take a look at different things, and it was things like, would just a single roundabout work? Would a mini roundabout work? Would it work at First Street and Sycamore? So we've kind of looked at this for several years. In fact, there was another consultant that took a look at First and Oak, and they recommended a signal at that location without any improvements done down at First and Sycamore or Main and Sycamore. So this has been on our radar for quite a few years and done quite a few different studies. So what we're going to present tonight is kind of what all those things put together, and some of the scenarios in the report and what we're going to show you tonight are actually scenarios that we have looked at several years ago for different administrations and you guys also. So it wasn't something that we took a look at overnight or a year ago or anything like that. I will tell you the scenario 7, which we'll get to, is probably the newest scenario that came about 6, 8 months ago is about where that came through. So with that, if we can get started, Trevor, go ahead. Let's go over some current operational constraints. Right now, the way this intersection works, a couple things is the left turn coming from Sycamore to South Main is very high left turn. There's a lot of traffic making use of that, and that puts a constraint on us when we're trying to get the northbound Main to come out or turn green. We can't give it a lot of green time because we're giving a lot of green time to Sycamore. When we do give green time to the northbound Sycamore, it does flow pretty good because of the, it's just a free flow. They make a left and then they can make a right. However, in that same area, in the southbound direction, what's going on there is people sit in the southbound direction on First Street and they wait to see what that car is going to do. They don't know if the car is going to go straight. They don't know if it's going to turn right. So that creates delay. You do have congestion problems here, and let's go over real quick the scope of work. So what we did was we took a look at 2025 volumes, then we increased those to 2035 volumes, and we did that for every scenario. And the reason we did that was just give you guys kind of a base or kind of a look at what's going on out there. And so if you say, oh, let's go out another 10 years, 20 years, we're still going to increase it, and everything's going to kind of stay, all the scenarios will kind of stay the same. Of course, we looked at Sycamore and First and Sycamore Main. We balanced the traffic throughout the whole system so that when we moved a road or we moved a movement, we balanced it throughout the whole system to give you guys the worst case scenario as we went through this. Then, of course, we did a capacity analysis. I've been up here a lot. Maybe many of you have heard me talk. We talk about A, B, C, D, and F. A being free flow, F being oversaturated. Typically, communities start looking at improvements around level of service E. Get down in the weeds. You can stop me at any time and ask questions. But E is saturation flow rate. What that means is when the volume and the capacity are equal, volume over capacity are 1, that's saturation flow. We try to avoid those as much as possible. F is about 1.2. And so that's why you start seeing a lot of delay. What the A, B, C, Ds, and F mean to lay people is the amount of delay that you experience while you're sitting there waiting, average delay. At A, it's 0 to 10 seconds. B, it's a little bit better. F is above 55 or 60 seconds of delay. Essentially, our industry said back in the 60s and 70s, we're going to measure how angry you guys get sitting there waiting, and that's why we did the report card. That's what it's all about. For us traffic engineers, we're more interested in V over C. We're more interested in Q links and things like that, which we'll go over. Let's go on to the next one, Trevor. So we're going to go through the different scenarios real quick, just so you know. Scenario 1 was 2025. It was no build. Let's go to the figures that on there. That way they can look at each one if they need to. Scenario 2, no build 2035. Again, that was no build. It's exactly the way it is today. We may change or optimize the signal timings, but that's about all we do to see what kind of levels of service we get. The next one is a coordinated signal system, and we said, okay, let's see if we put 2 signals in, one at First and Sycamore, one at Main and Sycamore, what's going to happen to that, all the system around there. So that's scenario 3. 4 is something this is one that, actually all of these before we start thinking about years ago. 4 was to move the alignment over and then put a signal in at that location. One of the things we heard over and over and over again from this community is we don't like that because we want to maintain a visual all the way up into Main Street. We don't want the traffic moving over here and then having to make a right to make a left. So that one kind of fell out. Even though it didn't show up very well in the analysis, it kind of fell out because of what the community wanted to see in their road system. The next one was a peanut with two-way west. That means two-way north and south on the west side of the peanut. Number 6 is all we did was move it to the other side. Again, when we moved it to the west side, again, the visual is gone. So then we went back to put it on the east side, and that's, you can see scenario 6 there. And finally, scenario 7 was if we can have one-way north on the east side and one-way south on the west side, what will that do? And it kind of led itself to say, you know what, we're maintaining the visual into the downtown area and into the retail area. And then we also separate out the southbound traffic as they want to come straight through onto Main Street. So after we took a look at all those, we said, okay, what are we going to do? We're going to go over the A, B, C, Ds, and Fs again. Again, remember that this is a report card for like how you guys feel. So most communities will accept level of service D in their downtown area. E and F is where they start saying, what are we going to do? How are we going to fix this? So today out there, as you probably know, you've got a pretty good levels of service all the way around, except for in the southbound direction, you've got one that shows up as level of service F. Again, a lot of that is because people don't know what the people are going to do. And you can add a right turn lane, but they're still not going to know. We've taken a look at that also. So that's kind of what you have today. Yeah, go ahead.
Can you help me understand the parens, like?
Oh, A and PM. AM PM is in the afternoon.
PM is in the parens?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't, yeah, I wasn't understanding that.
Sorry, I should have gone over that. So what, so the
Just
reason.
another,
you're-
I have a quick question. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question too, go ahead.
Well, too, I mean, just thinking about, my own experience on a daily basis, I do think people hesitate because they're not quite sure if someone's turning up first or not. But also, there's only room for about 4 cars before you're at the light. So you didn't mention that, but I'm assuming that's a part of it's not
Right.
just waiting, there's nowhere to go.
There's nowhere to go, correct, yeah.
And
And that's
you
why.
you mentioned earlier that most downtowns are comfortable with Ds, they struggle with Es and Fs.
Yes.
Okay.
Some communities will actually, in large cities, have to settle with E. We'll get them to E, and that will be acceptable to them. And in some places, there's no room to build anything else, and so you deal with a level of service F, and you just have to make the traffic move as best as you can. In this community, though, I believe, Trevor, they use D for the impact fee study? Yeah, so you guys have already kind of set your standard for the road impact fee study that we did for you. You guys set your standard at D in these areas. If you had to go to C or better, there'd be you don't have enough right-of-way room. You'd be eating up all your property. So the reason that 1 is F in the PM peak hour is because a lot of that delay that's occurring because the northbound left from Main to Sycamore is quite high in the afternoon, so that's why you're showing up with level of service F in that location. And you can go out there and watch it, and we do. We go out there and watch it all the time, and sometimes we actually measure real delay in the field and things like that. But in this case, you could drive out there any day you want and see that every single day of the week. Then we said, okay, let's take the traffic up to 2035 and let's run the whole system again to see what's going to happen. Again, we could make this go to 2045 or 2055, but again, it's mostly there to show you guys that in 10 years what's going to happen if you don't do the project or if you want to do the project.
What do you use to base that population growth?
We use a growth rate of 1.5% per year annually, and that's not population growth, that's just traffic growth. So population growth, it doesn't really coordinate with traffic growth because what you have is a lot of cut-through traffic that's coming across, and so 1.5% is really quite high. You probably think, oh, that's not very much at all, but usually when we're looking at growth rates, they're in the 0.5% or even lower. So at 1.5, it's pretty high. And again, as we go through this, if you say, hey, Steve, I want you to run it at 2. I think our growth rate's going to be 2. Or I think it's going to be 3. As you see we go through what we're doing here, you're going to see that, okay, it's going to make scenario 1 worse, but it's going to make scenario 2 worse, and so forth and so on.
Do you have a historical number that got you to 1.5? Like, do we know what we grew in the past 2 years?
We do have that number. I don't know what you grew in the past 2 years, but I can get that for you, because we've been doing counts out here quite a few years. I think we can actually go back to probably 10 years ago, Lance, when we first did the impact fee study? 2007.
So your rate is related to the AADT, right? The average annual daily traffic, and that's what you're calling the increase, not an increase in population growth, but you're seeing a 1.5 increase year over year in the traffic counts.
Yes, and that's PM and AM peak hour. We
Okay.
didn't, it's not the ADT, it's the peak hour traffic, because
And we-
it's the worst.
And we could all speculate growth in Whitestown, growth on Michigan Road, for some of those various reasons, not just the growth of Zionsville.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
So if you go to scenario 2, you can start to see that there's other hot points that are starting to show up northbound on Main Street, again, southbound, both the AM and PM peak hour on First Street, and then E on Sycamore in the westbound direction. Just as reference, you can start to see those types of situations. And then you can go to the coordinated signal system, and you can take a look again. Some of those are deteriorating again. They're getting worse because the two signal systems, you might think, okay, why can't that work better? One of the things we have to do to make the signal system work is because the westbound at Main Street left is so high, we have to put so much green time at that signal to service that left that it starts deteriorating the other intersection and other movements. And by the way, we do this, get down in the weeds, we use many different types of software to take a look at these things, everything from Synchro to Sidra and everything else. And so there's a lot of calculations that go into these things. I've got a lot of gray hair, but when I first started this, we used to have to do them by hand, and to do one intersection was probably about an 8-hour calculation. So now with computers, these guys can do them in about 10 minutes, so.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Scenario 3, 4, 5 on down, are those 2035?
Yes, they are all 2035.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Good question.
I just wanted to show you what 2025 looked like and then how it moved on. The next one is we moved the signal system to the west, and then you can kind of look at that. It actually works a little bit better than the dual system, but there's still some Fs and Es in that situation. Again, this one, again, kind of fell out. We wanted to show it to you because it just really takes away from the visual effect going up Main Street. And then we started with the Peanuts roundabouts, and it's going to be interesting as you start to look at these things until we get to the queue length analysis, but you can start to see that if you compare scenario 5 and 6 and 7 together, they're all pretty good levels of service. I don't think I see anything less than a D in any of these, so these would all be acceptable designs, except for this one. Again, you lose the visual. E, southbound Main Street, it just starts to back up there because those people have to go all the way around and go south instead of, and get in there, so it gets a little bit worse. Scenario 6, it works pretty well. This was one that we took a look at very closely early on while we were still looking at the one-way north and south, and you can see that those are all working pretty well in there, and so this would be an acceptable design also. And finally, the last one we took a look at, we maintained the northbound visual and then the southbound, and the reason we took a look at this is because people that want to go south on Main Street and they're coming west on Sycamore straight through, they will not interfere with the people coming north on Main Street to get into downtown. So if we went back to scenario 6, you can see those people would have to come all the way around the Peanut and then turn right and go down. They would interfere with the people trying to get off. But again, it's still an acceptable level of service throughout. This is the one that I think tells the story on all of the scenarios, but this is the Q-Link summary of what we did. And so we run the analysis and we say to the analysis, okay, how long are these cars going to back up? How far back? And so you can see in the red and in the yellow being AM peak and red being PM peak, you can see how the queues under no build scenario are going to back up. And that's kind of what we see out there today. It backs up all the way to Oak Street many times. And because the signal system, it doesn't work very well, there's not enough room between Main and First, that kind of backs up. It backs up all the way to past Elm Street because people can't turn left. Even though you go back to the levels of service and you say, oh, those might be D, we still have a queue that's developing because that signal has to turn over. We have to turn it red, we have to turn it yellow, and then we have to give it that 1 or 2 seconds of all red time. Then if you go to no build 35, and all we did was increase the traffic. You can see the queues as they develop again at that one, and you've got some serious issues all the way back to 106. It's going to back up onto Oak Street and things like that. Again, it's because the volumes have gone up, but the signal system has stayed the same. Scenario 3, the coordinated signal system. Again, when you introduce signals and you have to have split times and things like that, you're adding more delay. More delay means longer queues. Move the signal over. You can see that, again, because we have to get through over the left turns going southbound is a big number. Now we're going to back it up in front of the park. So all these things came into, as we keep looking through these things, and then we start running the roundabouts. And again, you can see the reds and yellows. Again, we start looking at these things and we said, okay, how can we improve this? And every time we ran it, we said, okay, let's try this and try to improve it a little bit better. And even then, you can see that in the southbound direction, you've got traffic that's all the way up in front of Hawthorne. You got traffic in front of Elm on the westbound movement and things like that. Kind of the same thing on the next one. And then finally on 7, you can see that because the way we move the traffic apart from each other, went one northbound, one southbound, you can see that the queues are very manageable on this one. Again, volumes all stayed the same. All we did was change where a road was going to be and how it entered in, the traffic entered into the intersection. On the one on the screen, you can see those are the links that have been put on there and how far back they'd go.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
One of our.
I know it's fast, but it's.
No. I've reviewed this, so. One of our people that spoke tonight was having concern about, I mean, at best, I'll show you this corner right here so that you know where I am.
Yeah.
Is there any adjustment that could be made on that one southbound lane staying single, since so few people at this point turn west on Sycamore right there, so that we could preserve that business's parking a little bit better?
So when there's a lot, I forget how many inputs that you put into these things, but what we could do is take a look at that and then rerun it. I think it's necessary to get the queues that we're trying to develop here. I could report back to you and say, okay, instead of 60 and 40 feet, maybe the queue is 100 feet or something like that, which may be more acceptable to you. So we could run that and take a look at that. Trevor, did you know if we did, how bad do we need that right turn lane, southbound right turn lane? Or 2 inbound lanes?
It doesn't go anywhere right now. It goes to a one-way. I had my constituents who live in that neighborhood area not really wanting as much cut-through traffic from that way, not wanting people to go into the neighborhoods. And that was the one area between the business owner, who is a longtime business owner in our area.
That lane, that approach, it goes into a 2-lane approach around the roundabout. So the inside lane would be like making a left and going over eastbound on Sycamore. The outside lane that's in front of the business would continue on south.
I understand from Sycamore South exactly why you need that width. I'm not sure. I was wondering why we need the approach so defined, where, if we're looking at the same page, where the white rooftop of that corner, do you see this, the rectangle? This is what I'm talking about here, if you can see farsighted.
I'm gonna come up there.
Okay. Just if some of it could be shaved off right there, that's all. That was the request, that was the visit. To me, it's worth looking into, since there's not many who would be turning right.
So.
But the 2 lanes allow for southbound traffic and eastbound traffic, which is
Yeah.
why it's got to be 2 lanes.
So Jeff Hill, again, he's vice president in charge of the road design, and they're worried about this width right here and the proximity of that. Do you know how that came about in the design? Can we, or the preliminary design, can we take a look at that and see if we can slide it?
Well, given the notion that the capacity analysis showed the reduced queuing distances, given the 2 lanes, we could look at, and maybe we've already run it with 1 lane, does that mean a much more significant queue? And then it's just kind of a value-based decision on whether a longer queue might be acceptable. But I get the ask, and certainly I know where that is because, you know, what we've laid out in our preliminary design, certainly the proximity is very close to the building.
Yeah.
Certainly understand all that. So then it's, you know, to preserve that, to reduce the impact, it might mean a certain queue length. But this body or the Public Works, engineering collectively might be willing to accept that. So that's certainly something that we could discuss.
That's the skinniest sliver
Yeah.
that I feel that we could maybe hold back on a little bit. I was in the meeting, like some people have also spoken on this being a very quick process, but Evan and I were in meetings, was it a year ago, year and a half ago, where we helped say the changes that the VRA and the business owners had requested. And this has not changed since that day when we drew on that overlay, if you remember us being in that meeting and me saying, you have to connect Main Street and you have to preserve the view. These are the requests. This is the human side of the engineering. Now go engineer. So I do trust that you're better at this than me, but I am putting back the human side into it because I've seen the magic you can do. And that would be a very special consideration if you could find a way to shave just a little bit off at that property.
Maybe, I will take a look at it, but what we're trying not to do is block any side streets. We don't want to block Hawthorne. We don't want to block Main Street. We don't want to block Elm or any of those because we just want people to be able to flow in and out of those. So we can run that again and just see what, maybe we can shave it off, or maybe, like I said, the queue of 60 and 40, if my eyes are good enough, maybe it doesn't go all the way back to Hawthorne, and maybe that would be acceptable to you guys.
Hey,
I
Steve,
would love for you to run that, sorry.
I just want to, there's been a lot of talk about pedestrian traffic, right? And I don't want to talk about it from a safety standpoint yet, but I do want to talk about it in terms of the traffic flow. So the crosswalks that I've seen kind of go across those little islands, and I have one concern there from a safety standpoint. It's, you know, you're looking left at traffic, and then you've got to look right, and that's always a little bit harrowing. My bigger issue is this is a pretty walkable area. What does that do to all that flow? Like, if you've got somebody that's taking their time getting across there, that just jams back up through the peanut, right? And then back whichever direction it goes.
Yeah,
Did you
so-
look at that, and how far back are we talking about in terms of the?
That's a real hard analysis to do because now you're looking at what the flow is, who's walking across what time of day. So typically AM peak hours, there's not a whole lot of people walking out there at 7 o'clock or going to the stores. PM peak out's a little different because people are walking across, going to restaurants and things like that. So what I can tell you is we are incorporating different pedestrian designs so that they are safer. Raised crosswalks, rapid beacons, those are the ones you push the button. It's not just the yellow flashers. These are the ones that boom, 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 and we only put push buttons on them because if you leave them on all day, the drivers become numb to them. And so they just don't pay attention any longer. The Hawk system is still on the table. We're still looking at that. Hawk systems, if you're not familiar, but it is a signal that stops. You hit the button, and it literally turns red, and it stops the cars. It's not where the pedestrian still has to look both ways. Those would have to be timed so that if a pedestrian walks up there and hits it, and then somebody walks up and hits it again, there's a little bit of delay before he gets the red light, just because we got to keep the cars flowing also. I will tell you that one of the gentlemen that spoke talked about these are places for high speed and high demand. I will tell you, high demand is probably correct what you have, but not high speed. We ran the analysis, and our system can tell us what the average speed will be inside this roundabout. And as it enters, the highest speed at any leg, or after it enters the leg, is 20 miles an hour, with the average speed around 15 miles an hour. So it's going to be it's got capacity believe me, two-lane roundabouts do, but it's going to be low speed because of the number of entrances and things like that. So we did not run analysis. We can throw in a delay for pedestrians, but it's so hard to tell, summertime versus winter times and things like that. Maybe, Trevor, why don't you make a note, and we can run that just to see what it looks like, and then I can report back to them through a memo or something.
We do have a hot system over at Boone Meadow. If anybody wants to drive over there and see it, it does stop traffic if someone pushes that on, is that 600? I don't know, whatever Main Street ends up.
Whitestown has a hawk system.
Yeah, well, it's our school district.
Right.
We're kind of, at A&F Engineering, we're kind of, I mean, we've been doing this for 60 years at this firm, and we like to argue with each other in our firm, and we're arguing right now. Is a hawk system a good system for you, and where would it go? Because I don't want it to back up all the legs, because then it takes a long time for it to clear. So when I said it's still on the table, there's some really good engineers in this room that are arguing with each other.
Well, I've just had so much request for the pedestrian safety plan, and my best answer to people is this is like a layered cake, and we're just working on the base layer. I don't want people to think that that's not a part of the ultimate project, that safety has to be paramount for the pedestrians, because we are wanting to have a town that's walkable. So that's probably where maybe we erred in this presentation, is that there could have been more exposure to the preliminary plans for the pedestrian crosswalks. And the joke of Frogger in Zionsville is very prevalent. But I am very adamant that we have to be walkable here. We have to have crosswalks. We have to have safety features.
So the community knows, we have started to lay out those things. We probably haven't, we didn't put it in the report because this was more about what is the best solution for the traffic, and then the pedestrians will come. But it will be very, very walkable, and we will make sure it's very, very, very safe. If I can, real quick, because I'm trying to remember some of the comments that were made by the public, if we can move up to Oak and First, and a lot of people were talking about signal versus no signal. Again, that was something we thought about a lot, and we decided, we were actually talking about, could we make it free flow? And it would take a lot of property in the southwest corner to do that. By putting a signal in there, a couple things we can do. We can time it so that when the northbound to westbound is going, we can put on a red turn arrow, so then the eastbound to southbound can go. So we can put the timings in. I think one of the biggest things about that signal there, though, is it's going to have pedestrian push buttons. And so if a pedestrian walks up there, it'll have all the chirps on it and everything else for visually impaired and things like that. I think that's going to be a very important aspect to this, because it is going to create gaps, as they said, but it's also going to allow pedestrians to walk across that street very safe at that location if people choose to.
I'm looking at scenario 6 and scenario 7, and it appears to me that the only difference is the one-way south and the one-way north. It's basically splitting the traffic into two. It seems like that would be a much more expensive proposition, given the fact that we have to construct a brand-new road that doesn't exist and acquire land to do so. Do we have any idea what the difference in cost between 6 and 7 is? I'm not saying that that's necessarily where I want to go. I just am curious. Is it $2 million, $1 million? I mean, just a ballpark.
That the cost estimates that we put together have been built upon scenario 7.
Right.
That's because that's what we're currently actively designing at this time. As far as just kind of rough order magnitude, the cost related to building the one-way southbound and the one-way northbound versus having it over in scenario 6, where it's two-way traffic on the existing route, it was when we had conversations about whether that was a scenario we would construct, that was essentially going to be reconstructed anyway, modernize and update the storm sewer system, rebuild curbs, sidewalks, pavements, all those types of things. And so the notion that we take one lane from the east, move it over to the west, besides perhaps the math equation on whether the land might be cost indifferent, the construction costs would really be a similar order of magnitude.
And one thing that may not be, in Sarah's question to take a look at, can we skinny up that approach? Because now that queue gets longer, we may not be able to do that, because I've also, that queue, because people can't go directly south, they have to go all the way around, so they're gonna be moving slower. We may not be able to do what she would like to try to do on that one owner, but we can take.
That's a we want that to happen. He's part of the communication with that owner, so.
Yep.
I guess, one, just thinking about First, and I know you haven't overlaid a full walkability, connectivity plan for this, and I wish you had. I mean, I wish it would be very helpful for us to see that. But thinking about crossing.
Can you bring up those real quick? I brought these with you. These are preliminary, so please.
Well, I don't want to even be distracted, but to this question, everything to the west of First Street really is the business district, and all the homes are, well, many of the homes are off to the left, and I would assume many people walk in and cross First Street to get to Main Street. The only place that you're really, and I mean, even people now try to cross at Dairy Queen, whatever, and
They
so
do,
you
yeah.
know what I'm talking about. But it sounds like really the only place that you would really try to drive people to cross would be to go to Oak and try to use the system to cross there. Is that the only place where you see really trying to, because folks are gonna be moving through there quicker, which means, sometimes, and I'm at Dairy Queen too, the traffic will stop and that allows me to cut across. That's the only way I can get across. But if it's moving through at a pretty good clip, you really, for a safety purposes, you're gonna wanna drive people to the only real place to cross, the safest place to cross with a button is at Oak, is that right? Or is there one at the roundabout?
There's going to be one at the roundabout, but then there's also going to be Rapid Beacon at Hawthorne. So they'll be able to push a button there and cross right there.
Oh, at Hawthorne.
If you can see up there right now, and again, this is very preliminary. I was a little bit scared to bring it because, again, the arguments that are going on in our office with the Hawk system. But right there, you can see the RRFB crossing. That's where that would occur. And then, Trevor, if you go back to the roundabout one, right, that one's fine. It's kind of north is to the walking sign there. You can kind of see where you can actually cross if you want to across the roundabout area and into the splitter island, we call them, and then on over. There'll be sidewalks all the way around this thing. So there'll be several push buttons that you can hit and cross. Oak Street is the only one, though, that with these buttons, they're supposed to stop, but people don't always pay attention. Oak Street will be the one where the signal is timed, so it will make the car stop.
And are these raised crosswalks at the flashing beacon at Hawthorne as well? Or is that, because if that's there, we've got basically speed bump city, and traffic is not going nearly as fast as you think it is.
I think right now they're only at the roundabout. Some people do use raised crosswalks at their mid-blocks, we call them. You're exactly right. It will create a slowdown of traffic and speed bumps.
And is that something, even if it's under consideration, that could be added if we find that we're having trouble with our pedestrians?
Yes, all day long.
Yeah.
Carmel is retrofitting all their roundabouts with raised crosswalks now. A lot of us designers who have done several of them weren't asked to do it. Now they're going back and retrofitting them.
Safety is definitely my biggest concern.
Can you talk about the MOT plan? I got to put you on the spot because it's a huge issue from the constituent standpoint, asking about what's the impact during construction. So that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I think it's a fair ask, and I guess I would tell you, one, we're a little light on having, I'll say, kind of a final plan yet on how we would build this, but what we've talked with Lance and his team about is essentially trying to build as much under traffic or while traffic exists on the roads where they sit today. And a lot of this roundabout can be built outside of some of the pavement that's there today. The other notion we've talked about is just to the north here, you've got town-owned property where the parking lot is today, is there a way that if we need to do phased construction, build certain pieces of it, can we still maintain traffic in and through downtown by even temporarily using some of the parking spaces where they sit today? So that's certainly been on our mind, but that's something we need to develop as we kind of finalize and fine tune the design of the project.
All right, thank you.
Any questions for Steve? I feel like I would be, I appreciate the presentation, Steve, and I appreciate all the work that your team has done. I certainly feel like most of this presentation was provided at my request, because I've been asking for 6 years, what's the why behind changing anything in South Village? And while I do appreciate all of the hard work and everything that's done, I thought, a couple things as I'm going through here, I kind of, like Councilor Stein, I kind of, maybe the idea of not, of going with 6 instead of 7 keeps us from having to pay for land and buy more land. Maybe that cuts down the cost. And, then thinking about if people say we have a traffic or a parking problem, obviously removing parking for even temporary road realignment might be difficult. But I probably just get really, this is a really good product, by the way, but I just get disheartened. I get disheartened with South Village like this. I know that your presentation says that in 10 years, we've got, a lot of E's and F's. Right now, we don't. And I'm not saying that, I'm not short-sighted enough to think that we don't need to do something. When we've had pictures of buildings, whether it's Gateway Project or whether it's South Village, whatever it is, we get pictures and we get images of different things, and it's easy to look at it and think, gosh, that'll never happen. But now we're in a spot where we're staring right in the face at this, and all I kept thinking about this whole time while I'm going through this is how can I avoid this part of town to get to where I want to go? And that brought me to the conclusion that the why behind this is not to fix a traffic problem. It feels like the why is to get people through our town as quickly as possible. And as a guy that's had a business here for over 25 years and lived here for 15, that hurts. And it's not your fault, because that's the instruction you've been given from the last 2 administrations. I mean, somebody said earlier this has been kicked down to us from our predecessors and that kind of stuff. I mean, the fact of the matter is it was never even on the table until the last administration. So, and now we're picking it up here. So that's my thoughts, and maybe it's maybe I'm over dramatic with it, but I know we've got to move on to other resolutions about buying some of this land, and I don't like the idea that we're considering taking up some of the town-owned land. Nobody's talked to the council about taking up that land until just now. We just heard that about maybe potentially running traffic through there, and that's land that the council would control that decision on. I didn't know that was going to happen either, so. But just my 2 cents. Anybody have anything else for Steve?
Just a comment, a couple comments, and President Plunkett, you talk about moving traffic through the town, and I don't think that's what this really all is. I feel like it's the biggest complaint we get for this area is that gravel lot, right? That's what this is for, to develop that ground. That's what it feels like. I'm concerned, this is the first pedestrian proposed facilities I've seen. I've heard comments that were also disheartening about the council's ability to look at things like this, and can we vote on something like this? Well, these right here, I can get on board with these. Now I can see where the crosswalks are. I think equally to the auto traffic, we should be considering the strollers, the people walking their dogs, the joggers, the bicyclers. And that's a secondary thing that it sounds like it's secondary. Like, nobody cared about that to start with. This is a walkable downtown Zionsville. We're going to maintain that by bringing some kind of parking scenario in the future. And that, they should be equal. Walking in our downtown Zionsville as well as getting traffic around town. So I think I can understand your concern, President Plunkett, but the Pathways Committee, they began to kind of make a comment earlier, and, you know, some of their request is to slow this down so we can see this. Well, if this would have been cast out a little bit earlier, we could have worked with this. And I know you're saying you're arguing with engineers within your system over the Hawk system or some other system to make it safer. We should be a part of that conversation. You're the engineers. However, we want to know that that's really what's being worked on, equally to the traffic flow. And the split, Joe, I could go either way on that. I think the cost, creating another city block or an island, it baffles me that that's the solution. So I was excited to vote on this, and I'm finally getting to see some of the crosswalks and the things that are going to affect our pedestrian walkers in the area. So that's my 2 cents. I feel like this is really geared toward development of a gravel lot downtown Zionsville, not necessarily really getting traffic through the town of Zionsville or bringing traffic to the town of Zionsville. That's all I have.
On the pedestrians, real quick, if I may, the reason we didn't bring it to you is we're not 100% sure. This would be probably bare minimum. The other ones, there might be more, and so we just talking about that. But these are the types of things you use at roundabouts that make it safe. Part of it has to be, you know, warning signs ahead, you know, pedestrians ahead and things like that. So this is like the bare bones, and that's what I meant by arguing internally, like where else could we put other crosswalks that would be safe and things like that. And we never designed anything or took a look at anything without pedestrians in mind, because we knew your downtown area and had to get them there. That's why we started with the rapid beacons. We thought about the Hawk system. We actually had a Hawk system in at one point in time, but we knew what the delay was going to happen because we put them in other communities and things like that. So we understand that the pedestrians is probably one of the most critical points. To your comment about getting traffic through the system, yes, we are trying to do that because it's there and it's going to stay there or increase. So we're kind of trying to marriage the both of them. So first steps were, hey, let's take a look at what kind of system we could have out there, meaning road system, and what would be the best one that would work. If you guys were to say, you know what, we're just going to leave the system the way it is, and in 2035 we'll reconsider it, I am 100% sure what you're going to see is more and more level of service F and more Q, because we've been doing this long enough. That's what's going to happen. That being said, you still have the pedestrian issue. You have nothing on First Street to get people across. The only thing you have is a signal at Main and Sycamore with the push buttons. But everywhere else, it would be the same. So we're adding this system in there, but we're also saying, okay, at bare minimum, here's what we need to do to keep the pedestrians safe out there. Sidewalks are wide, things like that. We're connecting a sidewalk all the way over to the park, baseball diamonds and things like that. So there are things that we're starting to do. I didn't want you to think that we're like, oh, A&F's trying to hide something from the council. That's not what the intent was. It's just what came first was what's going to work, because if you say we're not going to build anything, we still have to go back and look at pedestrians. That system up there right now is not out there right now is not safe for pedestrians.
So I am a firm believer that a lack of transparency causes people to fill in the blanks with the worst possible scenario. And I'm not saying that we weren't transparent, but I'm saying that there's so much information here, it's a lot to digest. I was prepared to come here tonight and vote, and I'm prepared to vote, but I think we owe it to our town to digest this a little bit more. I would recommend to the council that if we can, I know we're up against the grant and timing from that standpoint, but if it wouldn't harm us to wait till the next meeting to vote on this, I think that because I got contacted by a lot of people with just bad information. Here's what you guys, no, that's not what's happening. And it's because they haven't had this to consume. Now that this is a part of the public record, people can digest it for a little bit. Maybe some people who were against it could see now with the Fs and the Es that this is, I mean, there are people that, I mean, still don't necessarily believe that this is a problem and that there are other things going on here. And this is just a gateway to open up South Village. And, you know, so I just think that, this is my opinion, I think that we need, if we can, another pause to push this back to the next meeting. That would be my recommendation.
I think I need to know if that does anything to the funding.
I agree with that.
But also, one of the people that spoke loudest to me today, I don't know, Jeff Rayleigh, are you still here, was, this is urban blight in that area. And in the meeting that I had with a couple counselors and some town leadership, was discussed that we were trying to make this change, not just for getting traffic through town, not just for our lack of pedestrian facility crossings, but also to finally take a step in this 20-year urban blight that we've had in our town. And I've been here for those 20 years and have heard just as many people saying in the years, good God, can we do something about this? And I'll give Brad the credit for this. He said, this is our front door. Why do we have no shame? This looks like our dump in the backyard that we usually hide, but it's our front door. And there was conversation in our meeting with Craig that this was an additional layer of the cake. Is we've got moving people through, we've got a business that is ready to build but waiting for our decision on the road. So we're looking to bring commerce to our town. That's commerce. The third layer being, we need pedestrian crossings. I would love for having raised pedestrian crossings to slow down traffic while keeping it moving and keeping the people pushing their stroller safe. But the final part being, we can't do all this unless we say yes.
Don't get me wrong, I am in favor of doing something. I'm just saying that the people who put us in these seats have come here tonight, many of whom have been here, would like a chance to digest it. And to many people, this is the first time they're having an opportunity to really see this in its complete form. And so, you know, if it turns out that we have to make a decision tonight because the money will go away, I'm ready to vote, and I support it. But I can tell you that I got at least 15 emails today, at least, that said, we aren't opposed to this. We just want a chance to understand it.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
I got one of those.
Okay.
So maybe that's where I didn't see where you were coming from.
Yeah, that's all. I mean, and if you get, I'm one vote, I'm one person. I'm suggesting.
I think it's great to be transparent, but there is a point where we have been elected to make decisions And I do feel like the 7 of us have been paying attention and doing our homework, but if someone else feels that we aren't ready to vote, I am not gonna fight it. But
Well, I mean, we're not necessarily approving Ms. Fairbach's presentation. We've got 2 other resolutions that are one-vote resolutions that we have to take action on tonight anyway. So that'll determine the direction of this going forward. So,
we're not approving this?
no, all we have to approve is the money for the project and whether or not we will identify the sources and.
We are, to an extent, approving it because the attached Exhibit A to Resolution 2025-15 does have the geometric layout.
Oh, that's right.
So
That's
we'll-
right.
Yeah,
So we
it's
do
a-
somewhat have to approve the plan.
Yeah,
We're just not approving the,
right,
I'm not saying we're gonna put a raised crosswalk here and
yes,
not
right.
one here. and-
Right.
Yeah, we have to approve the concept of the overall South Village proposal, which,
Does that mean we can't go back to, for instance, scenario 6 if we approve that tonight?
I don't know.
I would maybe recommend that, I see 3 people that
Yeah,
might
they
want
wanna
to answer some
talk
questions
or-
about the timing. I think it's important because we are approving things back to CERTA and saying we're moving forward with this project to draw down additional funds. So there will be something, I think, somewhat specific that we're providing them.
Yeah, what-
You wanna talk?
Let's just move on to the next resolution. That's what'll address it, right? So next item on the agenda is a resolution 2025-15, which is consideration of a resolution approving infrastructure improvements in the downtown business area.
Right, thank you, Lance, Public Works. Appreciate the good conversations tonight and the thoughtful deliberations. The reason we're in this,
Did Lance lose his
Lost your
mic? John, do we have Lance's mic
It
up here?
stops after 11.
Oh. Time's out.
Can you hear me?
Well, let's grab this one. Let's just grab this one down here, maybe.
We can, but I don't know if the public can.
We don't wanna be less transparent.
Okay, I'm back and in stereo. We're in a little bit of this pickle because the IEDC and sort of the grantor and grant recipient want to get out of the grant business, and they're rushing to lock up these funds because they don't want projects to fail and then have to remain in the business to redistribute these grant funds throughout the region that's eligible for grants. So that's why you have this slightly unusual process of actually approving a project. So without clear direction, I feel like I'm shouting. Is this thing, I'll
You're
back. Okay. Without clear directives on what exactly that looks like from CERTA, we put this resolution together, and it wanted to be, we're always trying to strike that balance between being specific enough so you understand what's being considered, but vague enough to understand that there may be tweaks. There may be a reduction from 2 lanes to 1. There could be things. We're not locking us into final design in this manner. I feel compelled to say I've been, as part of this town, taking a look at this area more than 10 years. And each time this process is crushed by its own weight. These drawings come up and people start getting the parts that they like and they don't like, and then it just implodes because we can't get to some kind of consensus. And so there is a point where you just give up your hands, like we can't win, can't do anything. Let's just let it go for now, and we'll come back to it later, maybe when the culture has changed. There's a really big difference right now, though. On the line is $4 million. Never has that been part of our deliberations in the past. And also, the island that's being created and this new building space, I'm not going to go into the details of why the current alignment really supports that. But remember that I really feel like we're at our last chance juncture to be proactive with this area. If we do not see this project to fruition, I suspect that the person who owns that property will come to the Plan Commission with a zoning compliant building that will go right-of-way to right-of-way as the zoning classification encourages in the Village Business District, and all future creativity will be done. I mean, this property owner has waited for the town to tell him what the heck we're going to do, and he has so far adjusted his concept plans. I really think that if we don't advance this latest effort, that we are going to be locked out of all creativity in the future, and we'll have the roadway network as it kind of exists today, and we'll throw in some signals, and we'll do the best. But this is our chance to be proactive. I think we'll be reactive after this. And I guess that's all the opinion I'll offer on this. I just hate to see us lose the ability to really guide the future of this area, and then the alternative being just to react to what comes in the door. So the next resolution then is certainly up to you. I powwowed with Justin briefly before here. You would certainly have the latitude to continue this in the next meeting, but that's it. And I think that if you have expectations or want information to help you inform your decisions that's traffic related, please let the mayor know those as quickly as possible. Because I really don't think that in the basically 1 week turnaround that we can get new information out there, and then we're starting to get in the minutia. I would like to take faith that this is a concept approval. If you go by the text, what is it? It's a dog boat roundabout. What is it? It's a traffic signal. What is it? It's a pathway. What do those ultimately look like? Well, we got to refine those, absolutely. So if you decide to defer this until the next meeting, I'd say that's it. You know, we will lose it after next meeting. So,
Can we say something like, we're willing to approve only version 6 or 7 and exclude 3 and 4? Because that was my initial
I think
revision was not having the straight look through the Brick Street was my merchants' concerns.
Absolutely.
A year and a half ago.
I think a better way to characterize what Steve presented tonight is not to give you some options for considerations.
Right.
It's to walk through all the iterations that have gone
Right.
through the years. And you know what? This is where we need to be. When you say, Mr. Traffic Engineer, what's the best thing we can do down there? He showed you tonight.
Right.
If we start peeling that back, you know, we've got to understand the consequences, and maybe that's a decision that we make. But right now, I think to look at different modeling and what about this and what about that is a level of detail that we don't have the luxury of time to fully develop and vet. I think that, again, putting trust and faith that this is a concept approval, and we're going to continue these discussions, continue the engagements, but really let's try and lock in $4 million and not lose that.
I appreciate your feedback.
I wish we had more time, and the reality is that the timeline of the grant is driving our decision. We could certainly postpone it to the next meeting. To your point, that's the 17th. You have to have a decision by December 1st. So we're running out of time. I don't know what 2 weeks gets us and thinking or what it gets us, but I do believe it gets us credibility in terms of the reality is this project should have been shared 2 months ago. And the public should have had a chance to see this. And then questions about walkability and maybe some of these additional plans could have been kind of put out there. The other thing I hear that hasn't been mentioned tonight is, and it's premature if this is truly the first layer of the cake, is what's the aesthetic design? This is the front door, this is the entryway, this is the gateway, you can call it whatever you want it. There's a lot of history and tradition of Zionsville as a village that's changing here, and I'm not saying we don't need to do it for traffic, but it's more than traffic. Traffic's a part and parcel to it, and those other things are just important. I'm comfortable saying this is a traffic fix, and it is moving, to Jason's point, it's moving traffic quickly through our town. That's what it's doing. there's just a lot more to it, and we don't have unfortunately, we don't have the luxury to see the full project. We're not going to get to see all of the walkability. We're not going to get to see some of the aesthetics. We're not going to get to see how this fully changes the visual of how you come into Zionsville, other than what we're seeing right now. I don't know if that's going to, my point is, I don't know that that's going to happen in 2 weeks. I don't know what else is going to be shared.
What if we did the first resolution where we were approving the concept of the road and we didn't approve the $25,000 purchasing until next week, so we had the 2 weeks, showing that we're not kicking it down the line, but also giving us a time, because if we don't approve the 25,000, it can't happen anyway. It gives us that second meeting chance, but we take care of taking a stance that we're ready to make a decision. We knew this was coming, whether we saw it or not. We all knew this has been happening for a year and a half.
I think we push it back a couple of weeks. We need to have a coordinated effort to receive feedback. Otherwise, it doesn't gain us anything. There's really
Right.
nothing to it.
Right.
I guess the argument I would make is if you guys have all said you're ready to vote on it and ready to approve it, but you want to push it back for
Yeah.
transparency, there's no transparency.
Yeah.
Just vote to approve it.
Well,
That's
that-
what you want to do. I have a question, Lance. There's somebody on this resolution that you've identified as a property that will potentially be acquired, and that property is also getting TIF revenue. Are we both incentivizing and acquiring land from that particular project or for that particular property owner?
I might ask Justin to come up and share what details the RDC has developed with a developer agreement.
Can you restate the question, President Plunkett, so I make sure I understand it?
Yeah, we got a
fully?
$2.5 million TIF coming from the RDC as an incentive to someone in this project.
Correct.
And then there's also three-fourths of an acre that is potentially being acquired out of this as well. Is he
Yes,
also
so the
getting cash for
incentive from
land
the
as well?
TIF will be the same as the compensation for the property. There will not be a payment for the property and an incentive. They will be one and the same.
They're roped together.
Correct.
Right, so the 2.5 envelops the land acquisition within it.
Okay.
As part of the development agreement, if I remember.
That's correct.
Correctly. I was not at the last RDC meeting for just
So is part of that TIF also with other property owners in here? I'm just wondering why it's listed twice, is what I'm saying. Like once with the RDC and then once in here as a property owner for land to be acquired.
There is, I believe I can answer it, but I'll wait. I think he's talking about the TIF and then the TIF allocation of funds are two separate.
Well, there's an incentive that's going to
Jeff.
420 South Main.
Right.
And 420 South Main is also on here to be acquired for land in this resolution.
that's
So my
that land
question,
swap.
is it two separate transactions? Is there two different funding?
Currently, the plan is not to compensate that property owner for property that he is donating to the town. He would be donating to the town. The incentivization from the RDC would be all that property owner would receive. When we have a project, as I think I said in the memo, we typically just list every property that could be touched by the project. It might be, they might get $1,000, they might get $100,000. So we just list every property that could be affected by the project. This is not an appropriation of funds. This is not an indication of what the properties are going to be offered. This is basically a legal process that says these projects you intend to acquire by any means, whether by donation or by fee. And the reason you have this is if anything has to evolve to condemnation, that's the number one question that defendant's attorney will say is, has your purchasing body declared their intent to purchase this? And then you'd have to go back and reset it. So this is not a PR piece, this is not a fluff piece, this is just a legal piece of paper that says, we're going to start looking at these properties. And if I may go back to Counselor Sampson's questions, if you want to punt that one, that's fine. Okay, we admittedly are a bit scrambling, not understanding what the RDC or the IEDC and CERTA were going to require as demonstrations of the town's commitment to this process. So that first jumped to my mind, it's like, well, that's a definite concrete action. But now with this resolution, when we got more clarity from them, they said they got to approve the project and the funding. So this is the project concept and the funding plan. And it is not an appropriation, but this says, yes, we're going to keep working on this with these general guidelines. So you can punt the intent to purchase down the road.
I would just, I mean, again, I'm fine to do whatever. I would just caution this council in that we are in the position we're in right now because this is the position we asked to be in last year when we said no to South Village. When we said no to South Village, every single counselor up here said that they were no to South Village and they're comfortable with developers bringing projects to us that they are currently approved for by zoning. And as Lance said, he's got a developer that's likely going to be able to do that, even if this doesn't get approved. So we are in the position we're in right now because we requested to be in this position last year.
That's true.
So. Any other questions for Lance on Resolution 2025-15? Is there a motion?
If I may, President Plunkett, just
Yeah.
briefly. I think Councilor Stein's point is a very important one. I think Councilor Malcadere is well about public input. But I think what we were approving today is the project. I think there is the opportunity, if it gets approved this evening, if it gets approved 2 weeks from now, to continue to refine the project, to have public input, to have discussion, to have education, to have meetings with the VRA, to have meetings with other groups, to have meetings with counselors, to have the ability to educate on the project, to have ability to have input on the project. I don't think we are locking ourselves into that particular crosswalk at that particular point in the exact design that you see on the screen. There is the opportunity for, I think, input and refinement and engagement throughout the process, whether there's an approval tonight or 2 weeks from tonight. I think your point is very well taken, Councilor Stein, about transparency and about public input and about the opportunity for the public to react to all of this information. But again, I think there is an opportunity for all of us in this room. I think we've had lots of great input from citizens, lots of questions that I've asked throughout the process about transportation and how pedestrian facilities interact together, because I live to the south of here, but I think those things can still be worked on as we work through the design process. I think we've had some really good feedback from A&F about this is what we are thinking about right now, but as we refine the process, we will make it very specific as to where it will all go. I think aesthetics are vitally important. I think pedestrian facilities are vitally important, but I think now is the time. If we think this project moves forward, I think President Plunkett is right. That if the decision is now, I don't know how much is going to change over the next 2 weeks. So I leave it up to you.
I appreciate you saying that. I think it's a great point that there's still time. And I guess that was the point I was trying to get to is in the next 2 weeks, we're not going to flush out the pedestrian design. We're not going to flush out the aesthetics in the next 2 weeks. There's not enough time to do that.
We will make improvements, and we will, absent this pressure from CERTA and IEDC, we would still be working methodically and doing everything we can to work alongside experts to find the best possible solution. So I think there is not a silver bullet or a final draft that will, in a final form that will be created over the next 2 weeks, but rather we will continue to do it through an evolution.
Okay, so my 2 points would be, except I'll go back to, I don't want version 3 or 4 or 5 or whatever, so.
I would think the resolution you would approve tonight would be version 7. Again, I think
Okay.
it was not a choice of options, it was a justification and data and objective evaluation of why version 7 is the optimal solution.
Okay, why, I mean, what is the shovel-ready deadline that IEDC has said, or completion? Do we have any of those dates to be working with as well?
That gets pushed out way, so the Ready 2.0 funds, I'd have to double check, but I believe it's by the end of 2029, you have to expend the funds. But they are really trying to lock in approval from the fiscal body of the municipalities that have ready projects. So that's what this phase is.
All right,
It could be 2028, but it's 28, 29.
okay.
Yes, Councilor Melton.
The 4 million's a payback, right? So
It is
we
a
have to-
reimbursable grant,
We
yes.
spend it, and then they'll pay us back.
That's correct.
Perfect.
I'm ready to make a motion if you want.
I'd like to hear the mayor's perspective. I mean, and while he's coming up, I mean, I would just say to you guys, like, my personal preference, I would rather pass on $4 million to not do something we shouldn't do. But, go ahead.
The talk that this is all new and coming out of the blue, I don't think that's true. I think we've been talking about this for a very long time, and that lot has been sitting down there for 20 years, and I don't think there's anybody here. You might not believe in this particular road design, but everybody's got to believe that we can do better than a gravel lot at the entrance to our town, the front door to our town, coming from the east and coming from the south. So I guess I would like to go ahead and take a vote tonight. I think, the point has been made that nothing's going to change in the next 2 weeks. There's not going to be some sudden, parting of the clouds in the next 2 weeks. It's going to make this more transparent than it's been. I think that we have had this discussion. I think people know what to expect, and I don't think there are any surprises here at all.
Fair enough. I would also point out when we say that we have had this property sit the way it's set for so long, we don't own it. We could own it, we could go buy it, and we could develop it, we could do it through the RDC, we could do it through the town, but those options have not been explored, so. I guess we're still on Resolution 2025-15. Are there any questions, comments? Otherwise, I would entertain a motion.
I would move to approve Resolution 2025-15.
Second.
I have a first from Councilor McElderry, a second from Councilor Sampson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Aye. Motion passes 6 in favor, 1 opposed. Up next is a consideration of a resolution expressing interest in the purchase of properties valued at over $25,000 for the roundabout right-of-way, Resolution 2025-16. Any questions from councilors? Otherwise, I would entertain a motion.
So moved?
So I have a motion to approve from Councilor Melton.
Yes.
Is there a second? Second from Councilor McElderry. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Aye. Motion passes 5 in favor, 2 opposed. Up next on the agenda are other matters. Are there any other matters? Sarah?
Oh, I'm so sorry, I was signing my name. I do have another matter, because it's not midnight yet. I would like to congratulate our marching Eagles from the high school. They had an incredible weekend recently. They are the 2025 Scholastic A Marching State Champs. So shout out to Tom Landrum, his staff, and the many parent helpers as well.
That was the first one. Anything else from councilors? All right, I will make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second from Councilor Norris. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7 in favor, 0 opposed. I want to thank everybody for staying with us tonight. The next regular town council meeting is scheduled for Monday, November 17th, 2025 at 7 p.m. in the Zionsville Town Hall Council Chambers. Final notice will be posted in compliance with the Indiana Open Door Law.
Right.